is here. Jamie Rivers is out today. He was.
Okay,
What hole is Anthony on?
What's that now?
What hole is he on?
Yeah, no kidding.
He had an accident.
We're on his way to a lake house or something, but whatever.
He's okay.
He's okay.
Allegedly.
Uh-huh.
So, no, he really was. So he's getting that taken care of. And so Jay and Dan are here. Randy is with you for the first half hour.
I'm Danny Mac, by the way.
Danny Mac,
yeah. Good to see you.
Great seeing you guys. And it's a holiday weekend. If you're driving to the lake right now, just be careful because you never know when the car that got Anthony Stalter. Yeah, it's a bummer.
So let's just clarify this, though. Anthony had a fender bender, but he's okay.
He's good. Everything's fine.
He was on his way into 101 ESPN, had the fender bender, and is handling some of that business, so we understand that. And Jay and I just played I played really bad golf.
I sucked.
Jay did not suck.
Awful.
Jay played well. And Jay and I have been talking about, like, hey, we do the Golf with Jay Delsing show. I know that's very popular on Sunday mornings, 8 to 10. And we were saying, Randy, well, you know what? We need somebody to pinch hit. I said, I got the guy right now. And they said, well, they even brought up the name up. They said, bring in Jay Delsing. And I said, well, this is the perfect time to do it. Randy doesn't live that far away from the radio station. We couldn't get a hold of Jay initially. I sent him a frantic text, and then he said, I'm here. Randy shows up, and now we got a potpourri of people.
I'm here in the middle of two stud legends. This is great. Let's go.
Speaking of legends, the Legends will be here. I guess it all gets going Monday or Tuesday with the Ascension Charity Classic, right?
It's going to be fantastic. Yeah, we've been talking the Ascension Charity Classic. It's hard to believe that it's actually the week, guys, that it's here, but we're going to have the best guys over 50 playing at Norwood Hills. The corporate support with the Ascension Charity Classic's been off the charts, and the golf course is perfect. It's going to be fun. I think hopefully the weather holds, and we're going to have some fun.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun. By the way, it's not just golf for the next 4 hours. We're going to get into everything from Mizzou to the Cardinals, obviously opening up a series with Pittsburgh tonight. Matt Holliday will join us at 2:30. So, Randy, we're going to go and hit him hard. All kinds of things. Hard-hitting radio. And as the 314 said, potpourri lane is what we're calling this. It's not the fast lane right now. It's potpourri.
It's totally potpourri lane. Yeah, no fast lane regulars here today.
Aren't you tired, Randy?
I'm not. No, I'll get tired later, but I'm fine right now. Cardinals do open up a series with the Pirates. They trail the Pirates by 3 in the National League Central. And so the Cardinals need to sweep the series over the weekend to be tied with Pittsburgh.
Oh, that doesn't even make sense, Randy.
No.
When you say that, I'm like, what planet have we moved to?
It's amazing to me. And we mentioned this morning on the opening drive. You know, the Brewers, Reds, Cubs, and Pirates, not in that order, are 2, 3, 4, and 5 in terms of rankings for minor league systems. The Cardinals are ranked 22nd. Now, the Cardinals have brought up a lot of their kids, but you have to believe that those 4 teams are going to get better, and you hope that the gap doesn't widen between those teams and the Cardinals.
But there's a reason those guys have such good farm systems. They've been picking so well. They've been playing so lousy for so many years. You know, I mean, this is just, we're not accustomed to this here, and it's a tough look. It's really tough to watch the fundamentals be so bad. It's hard to watch this brand that we've kind of run out there this year. But like I tell everybody, Danny and I just played golf, and both of us have been playing pretty well. And you just get days and times and stretches where no matter what you do, it doesn't work.
Yeah,
it doesn't work. And when you're watching bad sports, it's tough. The players look as if they're not, necessarily trying, and it couldn't be further from the truth. It's just that sometimes it just doesn't go your way.
This is going to be a tough final month, too. The strength of schedule is the second hardest remaining in the National League, and that doesn't bode well right now for the Cardinals. And you were talking about young players. The last time the Cardinals had multiple players, 23 or younger, that got 350 or more plate appearances in a season was all the way back in 1999.
Wow.
So we're talking about a team that primarily has relied on veterans, sprinkled in youth. But when you look at what's happened this year with the St. Louis Cardinals and Nolan Gorman and Jordan Walker getting the primary at-bats from the younger players, now you're sprinkling in Wynn. I still consider Tommy Edman a young player. I still consider others young players on this team. that to me was part of the problem this year, is that you did have the cornerstone guys. You had Nolan Arenado, you had Paul Goldschmidt. And then after that, you had the issue with Contreras behind the plate to begin the season. That was not by design, obviously. That's not the player that they thought they were getting, and then they made the adjustments, and it looks like he's made those adjustments along the way. You had Paul DeYoung, who had veteran status. But then you had some of these young guys that you were counting on, and the other part of this, too, is that the injuries force them to play players out of position. And I don't think that has gotten enough attention to what this is transpired this year. When you have Brendan Donovan playing the outfield, you got Jordan Walker learning right field. It hasn't been pretty at times. Nolan Gorman is serviceable at second base. You got Tommy Edman playing the outfield. He's an infielder. He should be playing infield. I think he's very good in the outfield. Mm-hmm. But if you're going to be a championship team, you put players in the best positions for them to succeed. And when you look at what happened this year, there were times that some of these young guys, Randy, were just, I thought, thrust in positions that didn't allow them to succeed.
And this is going to be a baseball problem for the foreseeable future, because there are fewer minor leaguers now, there are fewer minor league teams, and not as much time spent at the minor league level. Jordan Walker was a first-round draft choice in 2020, didn't play at all because we had the pandemic, so he gets 21 and 22. He'd played something like 50 games in the outfield before he arrives on the scene here in St. Louis. Gorman had a little bit more time in the minor leagues, but still, at the age of 22, when he came up, he didn't have...
He transitioned to second.
And right, from third. So, dramatic lack of experience, too. And a lot of players, not just the Cardinals, but if you watch a lot of baseball, as Cardinal fans have a tendency to do, you'll see that, Jay, you mentioned fundamentals for the Cardinals. Fundamentals have deteriorated throughout baseball.
No, there's no question. I mean, you don't see the small ball at all anymore. It's about strikeouts and home runs. And Brandon Donovan is a young guy. He's older in age, but this is only his second year in the bigs, I think, right?
Yeah, Brendan Donovan for sure. And the small ball was interesting the other night, where they laid out a bunt and wound up winning a game. I'm just saying, man, it's just
strike bunt too, Danny.
It's obsolete though in the game. And as much as I would love to sit there and say I want to see. First of all, I don't understand why they don't bunt more in extra innings. It drives me crazy. Mm-hmm. And part of it is I know that guys cannot bunt. Yep. They just can't do it. And people say, well, how do you not get a bunt down? Well, it's 98 with sink running in on you and all that stuff. It's just a different game. They don't play for a bunt and play for small ball. It's just not how the game is played. Now the game is played to hit a home run, to hit it into gaps, and to hit for power. And strikeouts are accepted. And that's just the way the game is played. The Atlanta Braves are a great example. Atlanta Braves knocked the ball all over the ballpark. They had a ton of home runs. They're supremely talented. They have good pitching, but that is the model right now when you look at Major League Baseball.
How about Acuna Jr.? 60 steals, 30.
He's the MVP.
30. Wow.
Yeah, he's got to be the MVP in my mind.
And he's the only guy in MLB that I know that got taken down by 2 spectators the other day. Did you see
How about that? That was amazing. In Colorado, I think.
How the hell does that happen?
How scary, though, would that be?
Oh, man.
I don't know if you saw this, Jay, the other day. I say the other day. It's probably been within the last month and a half. Rory McIlroy is at his bag, and a spectator comes up and just kind of observes the bag. He's from me to you, and you're sitting right next to me, and then grabs a club out of his bag and walks off. And then Rory is with whoever it was, kind of looking at the guy and security going, wait a minute, is this a tour official? What's going on here? Can you imagine that, though? Can you imagine that at the Ascension?
Well, what's crazy, you guys, is when you think about professional golf, there's not even barriers. It's a rope line. I mean, it's crazy. No one's going to come and try to get at me. But, I mean, you think about Tiger Woods, and there's a story from the AT&T when Kevin Costner was playing with Tiger Woods out at the AT&T, and Kevin was working the crowd a little bit. And working the crowd, there were some young ladies that he was kind of talking to. And before you knew it, he had a couple of these folks inside the rope. And all of a sudden, our tour official comes up and says, hey, Kevin, can you come over here for a minute? And, I mean, can you imagine how many people were around Tiger Woods on the 16th hole?
Oh, my God.
I mean, throngs of people. And he says, Kevin, I just need to explain this to you. We got a championship going on here. In 3 more holes, we're going to crown a champion. He's going to win this trophy. We're giving away over $1 million. The only thing between these players and the people are these ropes. And if they start disrespecting the ropes, we got a massive problem. And Kevin Costner kind of started pouting and said, well, maybe I should just walk on in. And our tour official patted the seat next to me and goes, you can ride in with me if you want.
I love it.
It's funny. There are parallels right now with golf and with baseball. in my opinion, and it's power. You know, Tiger came on and he smashes it as hard and as far as he can. That's how the game is played. And when we were talking about prospects before, when you look at prospects at baseball, and Randy, I'm not sure that guys, when they get to the major league level, not all, this is a blanket statement, not all, but they don't know how to play the game.
Right.
So when you're signed as a young kid, you're going to a showcase and they're not looking, okay, who's got the best sacrifice bunt? No. They're looking at how fast you are, how hard you throw, and how far you hit the ball. And so when you're being showcased, and that's how you get drafted in a lot of ways, that's what is being shown by the player. Not is, does the player know where to go with the cut? Does he know where to go to back up? Does he understand a hit behind a runner? Those things are obsolete anymore in the game.
And you guys should ask Matt Holliday about this at the bottom of the hour, because he's great about it. But you go back to when kids are 5 and 6, and it's the individual teaching. It's, well, I'm going to go in for baseball practice, working one-on-one with somebody, and we're going to talk about launch angle and exit velo, okay? We aren't doing anything about winning baseball games. Then I get to the showcases, and it's all about launch angle, exit velo, how hard you throw. Matt will tell a story about how a pitcher fielded a ball, or no, a third baseman fielded a ball, threw it 20 feet over a first baseman's head, but it was 105 miles an hour, and that's what they judged him on.
Trevor Rosenthal got signed as a shortstop when they watched him go deep in a hole, and he fired it. And the Cardinals, by design, had a scout that was watching, and they were like, please be quiet about what you're looking at with him.
Yeah.
And they basically covered it by saying they were looking at a different player, knowing all well that they were going to take Rosenthal and move him to the mound.
So baseball has been the quintessential sport where you are an individual playing an individual game within the concept of a team. Well, now the concept of team has gone by the boards. There isn't any more of that. Alec Burleson does a really good job, by the way. Hit the ball to the right side to move a runner over. There are some guys that do it. But in terms of sacrificing and giving yourself up for the betterment of the team, extra innings, perfect example, Dan.
It drives me crazy. And I know the numbers, what they are. I know that guys can't do it. It still drives me crazy.
A free runner at second base with nobody out.
What I mean, the whole goal, and I was taught as a kid, runner on third, less than one out. It's almost guaranteed. It's almost automatic, guys. One of the things to fortify your point, Danny, about baseball and golf is that these TrackMan, these GC Quad Pros, all of this stuff is about launch angle, spin rates, and now even Rapsodo, our local St. Louis company, is doing that, where all these kids travel on the PGA Tour, travel with a $25,000 computer that's a TrackMan, and when they swing, they don't watch the ball; they look at the computer screen. And I said, I can watch the ball. I can tell you, I don't need a computer screen.
Yeah.
Just do that. Just keep doing what we just saw.
What if you can't see anymore?
Yeah, that's a good point. And my hearing's going too. How about that?
Yeah. Coming up, Mizzou won their opener last night over South Dakota. Wasn't as dramatic a victory as we thought it would be. Our Lindenwood Lions, Danny, Randy,
yes, sir.
77-9.
77 on the board.
Yeah.
Who'd they play? What high
played
school?
Wisconsin Stevens. No, it was a school. It was Wisconsin Stevens Point.
Really?
Yeah, we smoked them.
And they put up 77. What was the crowd like?
It was amazing. Big crowd at Lindenwood for their opener. Yeah, and now they're going to have some time away before they come back home, but it's a great atmosphere. And it was a great atmosphere at Mizzou, too. Eli Drinkwitz kind of disingenuous after the game. We're going to talk about that next on 101 ESPN.
seen a book on how to handle it. You know, Steve Spurrier went every other play. Lane Kiffin last year went every other half. Harbaugh went, every other game. So there's no books on it. So we'll do what we feel like is our plan, and we'll make it work.
I do have a chip on my shoulder. I think I'm going to have it the whole season, and I think the whole team does. I have a lot to prove. We have a lot to prove. So I think that all ties in together.
At the end of the day, Brady just wants us to win. And if he can help us do that by playing, man, he's going to be excited.
Eli Drinkwitz, Brady Cook talking about the quarterback situation last night in Mizzou's 35-10 opening game win against the South Dakota Coyotes. Cook was 17 of 21 for 172 and a touchdown. Horn, 3 of 5 for 54 yards and a touchdown. And I get that Eli Drinkwitz is working on Saturday afternoons. He's got football to coach. I don't know when he was watching Jim Harbaugh play a quarterback every other game, because I have not seen that at Michigan.
I don't like it either. The two quarterback system.
I don't like the whole idea of it.
Here's what Harbaugh did. Harbaugh had 2 quarterbacks last year. He played. He knew he had one really good one, J.J. McCarthy, and he played both of them in the first game. And then after that, McCarthy took over, and he was the guy. He didn't play guys every other game. Come on, Eli.
And don't you think that'll happen with Brady Cook?
I think that ultimately, from a physical standpoint, Sam Horn is better than Brady Cook. And I think we better find out that what Sam Horn can do in a game.
Yeah, there's no question. I think from a player's perspective, guys, I think it's tough. I think people would much rather know who the leader on that team is.
I think there's familiarity with one guy. So if I'm Luther Burden, I know how I'm receiving the ball. And let's just call this the Luther Burden offense. They put him in the slot. They put him out wide. They put him in the backfield. They're throwing pitches to him. They're trying every possible way to get him the football. I agree with that. Let's get it in his hands. He's a playmaker. He's why you brought him to Mizzou. I'd have to have a private conversation with him. It doesn't need to be out to the public. Doesn't need to be with other teammates. Doesn't need to be to his QBs. And if I'm Eli and I'm saying to him, look, I'm the coach. Ultimately, I'm going to make the final decision. I am very curious, though, who are you most comfortable with and why? Tell me why.
It's a great idea.
I mean, the idea is to get the ball in his hands, period. If anybody watched the game last night for the first 5 or 10 minutes, they aligned him all over the place on the field, trying to expose weaknesses with the defense. So I'm going to my guy, and I've got my own, I'm the coach, I've got my own personal opinion, and I'm seeing strengths and weaknesses with both guys, but I am going to get input from him and say, who do you like? Right. And tell me why.
Now, Brady Cook is a really good young man, smart young man. As a matter of fact, Eli said that when his daughters turn 18, that he wouldn't mind if his daughters would date a guy like Brady Cook. And Cook, for his part, remember how Kurt Warner, the first guy that Kurt Warner called after Kurt Warner got benched, or the first guy that called Mark Bulger was Kurt Warner. And here's Brady Cook talking about the pride that comes with mentoring a youngster like Horn.
I'm a captain, so the team comes first over anything first, especially with something like this. And second, I mean, that's my brother right there. He's a quarterback. We're in the same room every day, trying to do the same thing, working on the same goal, playing the same position. So I'm going to help him the best I can. It doesn't hurt me to help him out at all, So that's what I'm going to do. That's how I'm going to handle it.
He's saying all the right things, guys. I mean, he's saying all the right things. But ultimately, you know how this works. It's about performance. And
period.
Danny, to your point about how does this unit work best? Who is going to step up and be that leader? And, man, I mean, how do you not run the offense around number one? I mean, when you see, I can promise you this, guys. The 11 on the other side of the field didn't want anything to do with number one last night.
Number 3. You talking about
number 3, sorry.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, and if you're the opposition, you're game planning defensively. You're sending someone to eyeball him wherever he goes on the field.
Yeah,
and that's just what you do. But I go back to him and I say, why do you like him so much? Does he deliver it better in stride? Does he throw a softer or harder ball? Whatever you like. Do you feel that in the huddle he has better command? Whatever. I don't care. But I want to know from my guy. Convince me. I would sit him down and say, just like, convince me why this guy A or this guy B is better for you. Now, and that's going to be a big notch in the old checkbox of why I go with particular players.
I'm with you. I agree with you, Daniel, but I don't think, based on what Eli Drinkwitz said, that he's thinking that way.
No, doesn't. Sounds like I love the young man, but I'm not going to let any of y'all decide. I'm not going to let public perception decide. We'll make a decision within these walls, and we'll go with it. But I'll be honest, none of y'all's opinions matter at all. So write them what you want, say what you want. It don't matter. Nobody cares. In this locker room, nobody cares. They don't. We're going to prove it on the field, so nobody cares. So you can write your opinion if you want to. I'm almost going to go Nick Saban. I'm not going to tell you, so quit asking, but I'm not.
It's pretty funny. I agree with him. I mean, it's kind of like the point I made earlier is that I may get to the point where I sit down with Luther Burden and I say, look, we're going to do this, and no one in this locker room knows that we're doing it, maybe not even the offensive coordinator. I just want to know, I recruited you, son. We are very close. I've gotten you to stay here. We've done everything we can NIL-wise to accommodate you. My point is I really respect you, but I know that your opinion, and I want your opinion, and I know it matters to me. So what is it? That's important to me.
One thing concerns me about Sam Horn if he doesn't get an opportunity. He was the 70th ranked player in America when Mizzou recruited him, the number 5 quarterback in the whole country. If he never sees the field at the University of Missouri, what's that going to do for future quarterbacks that are recruited, or for future big-time 4- or 5-star players that are recruited to Mizzou? If he doesn't get an opportunity to play, does another guy
I think those guys come in, Randy, and they say, I don't care who's in there. You can put Joe Montana in his prime. I'm going to beat him.
I totally agree. I think the player is going to say, look, it doesn't matter. Look, he lost out to this competition, and what happened with him doesn't make a damn bit of difference for me. I can come in and beat it. I can lead this team.
I think that's how these guys get to be 5-star players, is that their mindset is, I'm the best in the country. I don't care who's in that position. I'm going to beat him out. And, the coaches are building him up that way, too. Hey, it's you go in there and play. We're going to play you.
Well, yeah, Cook is a perfect example of that. By the way, we should note that Cody Schrader had 138 yards on the ground, 18 carries last night. The St. Louis area product, who is one of the great stories, transferred from Truman State. And now here he is as one of the best running backs in the SEC.
Randy, I'm reunited with you, and it feels so good. I just want to say that. Are you going to stick around?
I'll stick around for a while, sure.
I mean, I don't know if you want to stick around, but this is fun. We got Jay Delsing here. We got you.
Yeah, we're
I'll
going
get you guys
school.
water, or you guys want a Coke
we want
or
you
something?
chiming in anytime you want.
Rub your shoes. What do you need?
I got to tell everybody something here, too. It does pertain to my man over here, Jay Delsing. The Fast Lane has your chance to win a pair of tickets for the St. Louis Blues night at the Cardinals game on Friday, September 15th. Fans receive a Cardinals and Blues inspired quarter zip windbreaker courtesy of Bally Sports Midwest. Text in to win 314-399-9646. And the question is, Jay's dad pinch ran for a famous name in baseball. Who is that name? And it happened, I actually have the date, because he probably pinch ran more than one time. So it was August 19th of 1951 for the St. Louis Browns. And Jay's father, Jim Delsing, pinch ran for this particular player back on August 19th of 1951.
Babe Ruth.
No, it wasn't, but Babe Ruth did show up at the old Brown Stadium at Sportsman's Park back in the day.
Not Babe Ruth, though. Okay.
We did a fun little thing, Danny, a couple of weeks ago with Ed Wheatley and a little Browns reunion that you emceed. Had Rick Dempsey up there, and Bob Costas was in the house, and it was really fun, wasn't it?
It was fun, and it was I think the day, or maybe was it the anniversary day of, I can't say it, of this particular famous event in baseball, because then I give away the answer. But
Lou Gehrig.
No.
Dang.
Randy, you have to know this one. You do know it, right?
Like he's wearing, he does.
I mean, you do know, right?
He's Megamind.
Yeah, I kind of do.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty easy.
I'm not going
to
to give it away.
Danny, how many bad boys, Randy, this
we
is
had like
crazy.
3 or 4 or 5 bat boys in the audience that are like 70 years old now.
Yeah. A guy came up to me and had a picture of my dad on the on-deck circle with him. Like his parents took a Polaroid of him as the bat boy sitting on the on-deck circle with my dad in a Browns uniform.
That's amazing.
Yeah,
that's great.
It was kind of crazy. You should have seen some of the uniforms we saw, Randy. It was pretty unusual.
One of the unique pictures I have of memorabilia is a young Mr. DeWitt Jr., Bill DeWitt Jr., standing next to, in a Browns uniform, Babe Ruth. So Babe Ruth came through. He's in a suit. And he had made a promise for like the Boy Scouts or something to make an appearance. And there's Mr. DeWitt as the bat boy for the Browns standing next to Babe Ruth. It's unbelievable.
On this trivia question, Bill DeWitt Jr., the current owner of the Cardinals, is on the field while this thing
Correct.
happens.
Well, we'll get an answer to this. What do we have to do? We need to text in? Is that all? We need to text in? Let's
text in.
Okay. 314-399-9646, 314-399. Yo-ho! That's a morning thing we got going. And it'll be texter. You want to give us a texter?
I don't do yo-ho.
No. Matt Holliday, speaking of Ruthian, Matt Holliday joins us next on the Fast Lane. I almost
Get
said
it right. Get it right.
Hey, we're close.
On 101 ESPN.
Mizzou mauls its first foe. Good afternoon. I'm Bradford Bruns with your Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Missouri Tigers received a Thursday night showcase to begin their 2023 season, and it was a luminous one. For the first 30 minutes, Brady Cook and company jumping out to a 28-3 lead over visiting South Dakota before claiming the 35-10 victory. Afterward, head coach Eli Drinkwitz admitted to some rough patches after the half.
They converted a couple of third downs, so then they get time of possession. I mean, they end up winning the time of possession battle, but they controlled the ball. We get a conversion, then we have a holding penalty. So, I'll have to go back and evaluate exactly what happened, but poor execution.
MU is back at Furrow Field on the 9th, taking on Middle Tennessee. This evening on the Diamond, the Cardinals and Pirates clash. Dakota Hudson draws the start for the hosts. All-star Mitch Keller accepts the ball on the other side. This SportsCenter update was driven by Johnny Londoff. Find new roads and shop 24/7 at Londoff.com and LondoffAutoplex.com. Are you kidding me?
I will never forget when we started the station. It was January 1st of 2009, and in that first summer that we were on the air, it was Bob Ramsey, DeMarco Farr, and I, and the Cardinals traded for Matt Holliday. And Matt had a great career here in St. Louis, went to the Yankees, went back to Colorado. Now he's been retired. His son has been a first overall pick in the MLB draft. And Matt has had a great time over the last few years with Brad Thompson, Jamie Rivers, and Anthony Stalter. Today, Brad Thompson is not here anymore. He does Cardinals games on Bally. Jamie Rivers was already out. Anthony Stalter has a car accident. So it's Danny Mack, Jay Delsing, former PGA pro, and Randy Carricker. Matt, we're sorry that we aren't putting you in your normal comfort zone today. How you doing?
I'm good, and I'm pretty comfortable with you guys. So I feel like I've been on the air plenty with you three, maybe not Jay, but the other two enough. I feel like this might be a bit of an upgrade as far as I'm concerned from what I'm used to. Typically we talk about Jamie's banana hammock and Brad's, a lot of Brad's issues. So I feel like this feels a little bit more professional.
Well, we're glad. Yeah, we've been around, it is kind of a pro deal. Hey, we were talking about, I listened to your, the podcast that you did with John Heyman and Joel Sherman, and I loved your explanation of what's happened to baseball to make it so individualized now. And when you played, and we saw the first day you were here with the Cardinals, and you played under Clint Hurdle, and Hurdle was a Whitey guy, and so he was a fundamentals guy. Tony obviously was a stickler for fundamentals. What do you think has happened to winning plays in baseball?
Well, I think the overwhelming theme, I think now is primarily based on what analytics say is the most effective way to play. And they would tell you that, that hitting home runs and walking and striking people out, that, that sort of is the formula for the most, I guess, I don't know. I guess it's the most effective, most impactful plays. But I think the game is not played by computers, and there's things that go into the game where, ground ball by the 3-hole, a ground ball to the second baseman that sets up the job for the 4-hole where all he has to do is hit a fly ball and we have a run. I don't know that you can type that into a computer, or, I just don't know that that's quantifiable enough for some of the new age thinking. So I think that, individually, we talked about on that podcast about, I think college or high school kids in general do a lot of showcases, and they do a lot of all-star games, and they do a lot of workouts where they measure speed, and they measure throwing speed, and they measure bat speed, and they measure all these measurables. But there's something to knowing how to play the game, and there's something to instincts. There's something to playing in the backyard, playing stickball, playing just playing the game to win. And I think that we've gotten away from that a little bit, to where, like I said, it's a little bit more of the home runs, but I think it's coming back, Randy. I think that there's a little bit more emphasis. I don't know what the numbers are, but I feel like there's more stolen bases this year. But I would like to see, sort of the guy willing to hit the grounder on the right side to make the next guy's job easier instead of just saying, hey, man, we pay you to hit home runs. Just hit a home run here. I don't think that's winning baseball. I mean, I used to take a lot of pride in hitting a ground ball to the right side to get a runner over to make it, easier for the next guy.
I know it's shocking to hear a ping in the background of a Matt Holliday interview. I'm assuming that is a batting cage and you're teaching. Is that what's going on right now?
Yeah, I'm actually over at Oklahoma State I was throwing to Ethan and my nephew Brady and actually Reed, my little guy. They're off school today, so I'm over at the field just kind of doing what I do. I'm always around hitting and like baseball, so. I'm over here and just watching some of the new OSU players work out a little bit and enjoying the sun. So that's, as you know, Danny, that's usually where I'm at.
Absolutely. Now, call-ups expand today. The roster's 26 to 28, the active Major League team. I'm just curious with your son, what's going on with Baltimore? Not saying that he's going to get called up this year. I'm not saying that at all. But I'm curious about what his schedule is like now because depending, as you well know, minor leagues, A-ball, AA, AAA, your seasons end at different times of September. What's your son's schedule going forward?
Yeah, so the AA team plays through the 17th. I think they're right on the cusp of being in the playoffs with the second half. I know the AAA team is qualified for the postseason, so depending on who they call up, it's so different now, Danny, as you know, with only 2 extra spots. It doesn't really. The dynamic is just so different. I think, the Orioles initially have called up Cowser and maybe another relief pitcher. So it's not like it used to be where, you'd have, these teams in the playoffs would want to get 6 or 7 guys up there, to continue the push. Now you only get 2. Usually when the season ends, they carry, some extras to have around and to kind of experience it. So my guess is that, outside of an injury to an infielder, he'll probably finish the season out in AA. And I don't know. I don't know what they'll do, come the 18th if having him around and bringing him up and letting him sort of be part of the team but not active would be beneficial. I would, if I was running a team, I would want my future prospects, the guys that I'm counting on moving forward, I would want them around the environment. I would want them around the guys, and the comfort level of rolling into next year, I think, would be much higher. So I don't know what their plan is, but I do know that they've done a great job of developing young players. I think currently they have the best record in the American League, which is pretty awesome considering, their payrolls, I think, somewhere in the 60s. So they've done an incredible job of developing and drafting players, and it'll be interesting to see. They don't have a ton of postseason experience, but that not always does that matter.
Hey, Matt, it's Delsing here, and truly the player to be named later here, but it's an honor to get to talk to you. You got these 2 young studs, and I want to know how your spin rate is with your arm because we're talking about analytics and everything, and how's that arm holding up these days? Yeah, it's pretty good. I think I've got pretty good spin. I can throw the fastball with a little bit of hop on it, but we've got machines for everything nowadays. So we have these high spin machines, and we have these soft balls that create incredible spin. You can literally watch them rise. So we have plenty of tools to recreate anything they might see. But my arm's good. I do throw a lot of batting practice, but I love it. I mean, I tell the boys all the time, I'll throw it till my arm falls off as long as it's your idea. So it's a lot of fun. That's great. Matt, 2 of the franchises you played with are in uncharted territory. Biggest surprise for Matt Holliday, the Yankees having a losing season for the first time since '92, or the Cardinals having a losing season for the first time since '07? Yeah, I mean, I would probably say the Cardinals just because I was much more intimate knowledge of the roster and the expectation level but I guess it's probably pretty similar. I mean, the Yankees on paper with their payroll and everything that they the expectations they had coming into the season. You look at the Padres, you look at the Mets. It's been a pretty surprising season when you look at rosters and teams that somehow have found themselves, out of contention with all the spots that are available. Here we are September 1st with a month of baseball left.
4 of the top rosters that you would say maybe coming into the season are all have all traded off parts and are all sort of looking towards next year. It's been big time surprise, but I think that obviously there has to be moves made, but I think the Cardinals and Yankees will both bounce back next year, and I think they are organizations that are proud and ownership that are on both sides that are willing to do whatever it takes to not stay where they're at. So it'll be interesting off season to see how they address some of the issues and how they plan to get back into whether they're comfortable, which is right in the middle of the playoff race next year.
Arenado is 4 home runs and 13 runs batted in away from another season of 30 and 100. It would be his 8th consecutive season of those numbers, which is incredible consistency. When the team is out of it like this, but you never say, well, I'm playing for numbers. Let's be honest here. How important is it to play for some numbers like that to get to a milestone like that for Nolan?
Sure. Yeah, no, most definitely. I mean, I think that at this point you're playing for self-pride. You're playing to set a great example for young players. You still come to the park. You're pro. If you don't come fully mentally and physically engaged, you'll get embarrassed. I mean, it's the greatest players in the world. And if you're not ready to play every night, even though your team may be out of it, and you don't have that juice to get to the postseason, you better bring your self-pride and your self-preparation because you'll get embarrassed. And I think that's something I learned as obviously getting a chance to play for a long time and, was really proud of in years where, it's particularly early in my career in Colorado, I learned, when you're out of it, but there's still a lot to play for. And you talk about 8 seasons of 30 homers and 100 RBIs. And, the last, 3 or 4 have been in St. Louis. And in a pitcher's park, it's incredible. And so he's one of the hardest working, as you know, being around him, hardest working, dedicated, intense, takes a lot of pride in what he does every day, players that I've ever been around. So I think those are probably almost a shoo-in to happen outside of, an injury.
Matt, playing as long as you did, I mean, the game just exposes you how difficult it is over the length of a season, 162. And when you're having a year like the Cardinals are having, how do you, especially for some of these young players that have, maybe it's their first or second year in the big leagues, they've never experienced stuff like this, and this ball is just kind of rolled out of control downhill. I mean, do you feel like the younger guys are looking to Nolan and to Goldie for examples, and because they may have never been in a situation like this, but if you play long enough, the game, the game wins sometimes.
Yeah, I for sure, and I think that's where veteran leadership, really needs to step in, and I'm sure it is. But just the idea that this isn't acceptable, this isn't, this isn't okay, this isn't who we are, this isn't who this organization is. Don't get used to this. This is how we work. This is how we train. Watching Goldie and watching Nolan and watching Adam. I mean, I watched Adam, and it's not going great. Obviously, everyone knows it hasn't been the season that Adam had hoped for coming into his last season. But I watched him. I was in town on Monday, and he was pitching. And I watched his preparation. I watched him walk to the bullpen. I watched him do his whole thing. And, this is a guy that, is at the tail end of an amazing career, and he would treat it like it was Game 7 of the World Series. And I think that example of watching a guy, like I said, that just is, he could mail it in, and he could be laughing and having a good time, and hey, whatever happens, and I've had a great career, and we're out of it. He was so locked in that I didn't want to mess with his routine, because I've seen that routine every 5 days, for my 8 years there and ever since I left. It's the same thing. He does everything the same, and his intensity. And those are the kind of examples that these young guys need to watch and pay attention to, that have served him so well, and the greatness that he's been over his career, and Nolan and Goldie as well. But this is the kind of leadership, this is the kind of example that we want you to follow, because we don't expect to be down long.
Cardinal Hall of Famer Matt Holliday with us on the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN. Matt is down in Stillwater. You can hear the ping of the bats in the background. So, Matt, since you're down there, boots on the ground, Mike Gundy just turned 56. Is his hair as magnificent in person as it is on TV?
It really is. It's so impressive. I'm so jealous. It is nice hair. And then for a while he had the gray beard going, which, he had it cut perfectly. And, I just thought, man, your hair, like, you don't look, 56. You still look like, but he was one of those guys that when he was 40, he looked like he was 25. And so, Craig Counsell, he's got that kind of, gene where, they've always looked younger than they actually are. So his hair is magnificent. His son Gage was between Jackson and Ethan, so I got a chance to watch a lot of baseball games with him, and he loves baseball. And I had to pull him down off of a fence this past year in a regional game. We were insanely wronged by an umpire on a play that would advance us to the state tournament. We ended up winning and going to the state tournament anyways, but it was a really, really horrible call. And I thought, I'm going to have to keep that. He climbed the fence and didn't know what to do. It's like he was ready to jump over it. And then I think he realized that there's nowhere to go, that anything good's going to happen. So he's awesome. He's somebody that I've gotten to be pretty good friends with, and yes, his hair is incredible.
Yeah, and by the way,
he's a man.
Well, that's the thing. He was 40, so he had to say, "I'm a man. I'm 40."
40, yeah.
Well, yeah, he's 56 years of a man now. So,
Does he still get in trouble for that down there? I mean, people still give him, a little trouble about it.
I mean, I'm sure. He's pretty funny, so I don't think that bothers him.
I wouldn't think so.
No, he's over
If
it.
you've seen any of his press conferences, it's always very colorful, and he's not afraid to do a one-arm push-up, and he's got all this. He keeps it pretty light, so I don't think that bothers him.
All right, one more thing. Labor Day weekend, Matt Holliday's barbecuing. You get one meat to barbecue on Monday on Labor Day. What are you choosing?
Probably bison fillet. I like bison fillets. They're hard to come by, but Whole Foods usually has nice bison fillet that I love to cook and feel like I do a fairly good job at.
Sounds delicious. Matthew, it's always great to hear your voice. Have a great weekend and keep those kids hitting, man. They're hitting the daylights out of that ball down there.
Yeah, it's fun. I love when people, and they like the hitting and getting a chance to be around young people. So it's great. But it's great talking to you guys. It was a nice little surprise and good talking to you guys.
Thank you, Matt. See you later.
Thank you.
That's Cardinal Hall of Famer Matt Holliday with us on the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN. One of the all-time great people that have graced the Cardinals and St. Louis.
And played hard, played the right way, did those kind of things, represented the organization and the city so well. He's everything that you'd want in a Cardinal Hall of Famer, no doubt.
And one thing, Jay, you're a middle-of-the-lineup hitter for a team that wins as much as the Cardinals won when he was here. You're a really good player.
Oh, absolutely.
100%.
Absolutely. I got to do, guys, that last week I went down to the Glennon 101 thing. And, Matt's been involved with the Homers for Health thing with Jimmy Williams, a young man that got the new heart down there. And Cardinal Glennon Hospital is bad. They're awful, awesome.
You were about to say awesome. bad.
I was going to say badass. Could you say ass on the radio?
You just did. That's fine. People may be tuning in right now and wondering why Randy, why Dan, why Jay Delsing.
They're definitely wondering why me.
Well, Anthony Stalter had just a little, got sideswiped, and so on the way here, everything's fine. Yeah, he's fine, though. So he was on the way into work. Jamie had a scheduled day off, and then I was going to fill in for Jamie, so I was here anyway. And then Randy lives down the street. I just got done playing golf with Jay. They said, bring him in. I said, okay.
I'm still looking. I had to go look for our ball. We lost how many balls today?
It was tough.
Man, of course, won today.
Course definitely won. Course in great shape, too.
Our swear game, though, Danny?
Awesome.
Top
notch.
Top notch, baby. Top notch, Judge.
Then you just come into radio and you turn that swear game off.
Except when he said bad.
Badass.
Yeah.
You can do that.
Okay.
All right. I think that's, I hope. I'm off for the weekend, so if I'm not back on Tuesday, you'll know why.
You can't do it, huh?
Yeah. So I'm going to let you guys carry this baby down the stretch. I have to take my dog to the vet.
Oh, okay. Which dog?
Actually, two of them. Moose has to get his nails done, and Moose goes crazy when he gets the nails. We have to drug him up to get his nails done.
Okay.
And then the new yellow lab, Maggie, has to get some stuff just shot in her nose for.
Okay.
So, but she'll be fine.
All right. Well, thanks for coming in, Randy.
It's always great to see you guys, and I assume we'll see you next week both at the at the Ascension, right?
Yeah. You guys be ready to play. If I play like I did 2 years ago, I'm going to signal for the right hander. One of you guys is coming in.
That's Danny
Awesome.
Mack that's going to take over.
And by the way, Marsh is also at a scheduled day off. If you're wondering about Marsh, we have Bradford in. Bradford does a great job.
It's great to have Bradford
thanks,
here.
Bradford.
Yeah, Marshy with load management.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best way to look at it, Randy.
There you go.
Yeah.
I can't stand load management.
It's the worst.
I mean, if you bought a ticket and you're bringing your family to the game, and all of a sudden LeBron's sitting, Jordan is sitting, Derek Jeter's sitting. I don't care who it is.
Michael Jordan never sat.
I get
Could
it.
you imagine going up to him and saying, "We're going to sit you"? It's a fight. There's no. It never
wouldn't
happened.
do it.
Never happened.
I get it for the betterment of the individual and the team, but from the entertainment standpoint of what sports is all about, which is bringing your family down to a game and enjoying it, and not seeing the best player, that's not right. That's frustrating.
Danny, you were around Albert for his entire career.
Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons that Albert played every day is because he knew that there were people that were coming out specifically to see him.
100%.
Guys, who are the two that have played the most games this year for the Cardinals? Goldie and Arenado.
Yeah. There you go.
And that'll probably wind
mistake.
up being the way that it finishes, too.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right. You can send
Thanks,
us to the
Randall.
next commercial. Thank you.
All right, that's Randy. That's Jay. I'm Dan. This is 101 ESPN.
You've come to the right place. You're in the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN.
All right, we got a lot of moving parts here on the Fast Lane. I'm Dan McLaughlin, filling in for Jamie Rivers. Jay Delsing is across the way. Jamie is filling in for Anthony Stalter. Anthony Stalter had a fender bender on the way to work, so he is handling that. Thankfully, no injuries. Everybody's okay. Anthony's fine. He'll be back with you next week. We got Bradford filling in for Marshy. So we're kind of as we said, a potpourri.
Are we the replacements, guys, or what?
We are the replacements.
Call it a holiday special already.
It's a holiday special. Exactly.
Danny, you got me instead of Anthony.
I love it. You know, we were playing golf today. We've been talking about coming together and doing some shows that are outside of golf. And you know what? Sometimes you just got to be ready. And here we are.
Let's go.
And let's go. So our time check, 3 o'clock, brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers here on 101 ESPN. Next couple of segments, we'll do the Sports Six-Pack. So if you have any kind of random questions, you want to throw those at us, make sure you do it. The text line is wide open. Give us the text line, Bradford. I should know this. I've listening to the morning show. It's Yoho. 399-9646. 399-9646.
There you go. Bang it out.
I'm not doing Yoho.
I'm not doing Yoho.
I can't do the Yoho.
Ain't doing it.
No.
Taking a stance on that.
That's Randy's thing. It's his thing. He purred on the air this morning when I was on with him.
You were on this morning as a guest, right?
I was like, what's
what was the point?
I'm not sure.
Did he say why he was doing it?
I think it was a skill that no one in the room knew he possessed.
Is that right?
And he just thought he needed to tell everybody.
So he could roll his tongue and purr.
Yeah. I'm not purring anymore either.
No, I wouldn't either. We've already talked about Mizzou. We've talked a little bit about the Cardinals. Cardinals will open up a weekend homestand with the Pirates, and it is September 1st, so the final week or final month of the regular season is here. What's your motivation to go to the ballpark if you're a Cardinal fan? And I got two names that are easy to come to mind, and it's Mason Wynn and it's Jordan Walker. I want to see those two kids play.
Absolutely, Danny. I mean, one of the things that I'm a little disappointed in with the new rules is, remember the old September call-ups? You got to see quite a bit of the really important players that were playing in your AAA affiliate. You know, we've got to expand the rosters a great deal. And now I think it's only two, right? Two additional players.
Active rosters expand today. You go from 26 to 28, and teams can't have more than 14 pitchers. It is interesting, though. There's two different schools of thought on this. One, the games got incredibly long because you had pinch hitting, pitching changes. You wanted to see all, if you're a team that was out of contention, you wanted to see all these different players that came in, right? I mean, you're out of it, so what's the point? Like the Cardinals right now, I think it'd be fun to see some of the young guys, like the kid that's stealing bases all over the place down the mountain. You would bring him up. You'd probably play Luke and Baker a little bit more. You're going to play some of these young guys that you have a lot. The other side of this is that, number one, the games go forever. Number two is, are you being competitive in a pennant race? So, for instance, when you look at what the Cardinals have left, it is the hardest, it's the second hardest strength of schedule remaining. So you still have Atlanta, you still have Cincinnati, you still have Baltimore, you still have the Phillies, you still have Milwaukee on the schedule for the Cardinals. So do you want to just throw out your young guys and say, we're doing this for experience, or for the betterment of the league and competition, do we keep the rosters reduced so that some of your main guys are still playing?
That's a great point. I mean, at one point in time, you still have to respect the game, and defeating someone may make a big difference in the standing somewhere else. So I think that really comes to play. Danny, one of the things that comes to mind as you repeat to me, when we're together, we talk probably more baseball than we talk golf, but you have basically nailed what this year was going to look like for the Cardinals. You were extremely concerned, and I'll never forget this. You told me if we're anywhere near 500, near the break, they got a chance, because the front end of the schedule this year, you said the front end was brutal and the back end was brutal. And what are we 18 games under 500, and it has just kind of come off the rails.
I also didn't like the pitching.
Never did.
I just didn't like it, coming into the season. I thought you needed to hedge your bets a little bit better than they did. I thought the bullpen would be better than it's been this year, but part of that is the fact that their starters haven't gone deep. and you're going to your bullpen a lot, and it's tough to cover all those innings. It just catches up with you mid-August to late August and then in September. And if you don't have a good bullpen, and if you don't have a guy that you can count on every single night in the back end of a bullpen as your closer to win you games, it's just tough to win in the league. It's
Danny,
just tough to win.
I so agree. We don't have that one guy that comes out of that bullpen that you can figure that's going to shut it down. And, in today's game, that might be the 7th inning and not the 9th inning. We don't have that guy. Gallegos has had signs of that, but he also throws that cement mixer up there every once in a while. It gets knocked, like crazy, like in that San Francisco game early this year. We just have not had that reliability for Ollie to go to that guy. There is, as
Hicks
much
had
as
a run as being that guy, and I think as much as you would look at this season, you would say, I'd go to Ryan Helsley. The problem is, even when Helsley is healthy, you're pushing it with him 2 out of 3.
No doubt.
There's just nights that he'll come to Ollie and just say, I'm not available. I can't go tonight. And that's something. Now I bring that point up is that moving forward, you got to think about that. Is this a guy that you can rely on to be your closer next year? Now, he is trying to come back and be a part of, I think he might be activated tonight as part of some of the roster moves. I'm sure we'll get those with Bradford here in this hour, but that's something that you have to think about. Is he a guy that I want to count in the back end of games, or do I want to say he's a valuable piece to my puzzle of the bullpen where there's going to be times I will use him as a closer, but I know I'm only going to get him maybe 3 times out of 7, which is the way that maybe that they'll have to use him because he is special. Yeah. I mean, you don't throw 102 and not be special with a great breaking ball and the things that he has, but still you got to have reliability in the back end and not trying to take a shot at him. It's just physically, I'm not sure that is the kind of player or pitcher that will be up for it next year.
Right. And what are your thoughts about JoJo Romero? I feel like he's been extremely impressive. And Danny, what I love most about him, give me the ball.
Give me the ball.
I want a guy that wants the ball.
I wanted to.
I don't care if your arm's falling off. When Izzy was playing, you know what he was like. You know exactly what he was like because you were probably spending time with him before the game, and he would go out there with nothing.
Figure it out.
He would just compete and figure it out.
I thought the Cardinals had that in Stratton. I thought Stratton was one of those guys that, and at the trade deadline, and I haven't looked closely at his numbers. Maybe Bradford, you could look at him with Texas, but I really felt that would be whenever he went to a team, he would be a valuable piece that no one talks about. Of course, it's going to be Scherzer talked about. Of course, it's going to be Montgomery. Of course, it's going to be guys like Hicks and some of these bigger name guys. But when you look at bullpens, every year they are harder and harder and harder to figure out. A GM or a baseball president, baseball operations will say, the hardest thing for me to do is to figure out my bullpen the following year. But if you have guys that have had a track record of, let's say, 3 years, and they take the ball, 60 times to 70 times, that is something that it may not be great numbers, but as long as they're giving you the appearances, that's something you can count on.
And speaking of great numbers, Stratton possesses exactly those over the course of 18 innings in August. Statistically, guys, he actually had his finest month of the entire season, inducing those ground balls. Never was the fireman type, but when you're talking about an uber-talented Texas squad that could well contend for a spot in the Fall Classic, a 2 ERA to add that to your bullpen, impressive.
So 18 innings, some of those have to be multiple inning appearances.
Exactly.
How many appearances was he in? Do you have those numbers? Probably
10 to 12 at least.
Danny,
that's
one
valuable.
Of the things that Matt Holliday just talked about is how do you do those little things that help a ball club win? And Danny, you know how important it is getting from, today's modern day starter. If they go 5, they're looking, thinking the 6th inning's a stretch back in the Bob Gibson era, whatever. We're not even talking about that. But if you need to get from the 6th to the 8th, I mean, that's a big deal. How do you get those 6 outs?
Well, it's guys like that.
Exactly.
It's Stratton. It's guys like that.
And they get no credit on their team, by the way, either. But internally, the guys know, right?
Oh, yeah. And they're respected. I mean, that's the thing is that those guys are respected sometimes more than some of the everyday players. The fact that they know that they're banged up. They know that the shoulder hurts, the elbow hurts, or they have absolutely nothing. And they say, no problem. give me the ball.
Yep.
And those kind of guys are invaluable, man, with teams as they head down the stretch. We've got the Sports Six-Pack coming up. Jay Delsing is filling in. Again, if you're tuning in right now, maybe driving to the lake for a holiday weekend, coming home from work.
Come back and get us.
We'd love to go, too.
Come on, we want to go.
So Jamie Rivers had a scheduled off day. Marshy's scheduled off day. That's why Bradford's in. I'm in for Jamie, and Jay is in last minute because Anthony Stalter had a fender bender, but he's okay. So everybody's okay. It's not a serious accident or anything like that, but we're letting him take care of his business, and that's what we're doing today. This is 101 ESPN, the Fast Lane at 3:09.
Hit it out of the park this baseball season at DraftKings at Casino Queen. Book DraftKings at Casino Queen's Stay and Play Baseball Hotel Package. The Grand Slam bundle includes one-night hotel stay, 10% off casino dining, 2 St. Louis Cardinals tickets, a free shuttle service to the game starting at just $159. Call 618-874-5000 to book today. That's 618-874-5000. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Based on availability, restrictions apply.
The kids are back to school and routines have returned. Now's the time to focus on work-life balance. Cloud PBX service from Mastor can help. You and your team can easily separate work life from personal life using mobile and web-based apps. Go to mastor.com to learn more.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, and the process is 100% online. To start your free online visit, go to 4hims.com/joy. That's FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Here's a fun fact for you. The average chameleon can point their eyes in 2 different directions. On the other hand, the average human can't. So unless you're a chameleon, there's absolutely no way you can focus on texting and driving at the same time. So don't do it, unless you're a chameleon.
Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
You're listening to The Fast Lane, broadcasting live from the Car Shield studio on 101 ESPN.
I have a question.
It's time for The Fast Lane to answer your sports questions.
I want to ask you a bunch of questions, and I want to have them answered immediately.
Asking me all these weird questions.
Answer the question.
Answer the question.
Answer me!
The Sports Six-Pack is refreshed by Maggie O'Brien's, your go-to Irish pub in St. Louis for over 42 years.
3:13, your time check at 101 ESPN, presented by Clarkson Jewelers. This is the Fast Lane. I'm Dan McLaughlin, filling in for either Jamie Rivers or Anthony Stalter. Take your pick. Jay Delsing filling in for either Jamie or Anthony. Bradford filling in for Marshy. We do have some news from the Cardinals before we get to the Sports Six-Pack. Activated for the Cardinals is Lars Nootbaar, Ryan Helsley, and Jake Woodford. Woodford is activated, but then optioned to AAA. Brendan Donovan has been moved from the list that he was on to the 60-day. So that clears room on a roster move, just kind of swapping spots there with Ryan Helsley, I believe. So Newt Barr, Helsley, Woodford all activated. Woodford goes to AAA Memphis, and Donovan is moved to the 60-day IL, and his season is through. Tonight at the ballpark, Dakota Hudson and Mitch Keller of the Pirates, game 1 of 3. Let's hit the Sports Six-Pack.
Question number 1.
And we will have more baseball to come. However, to begin this round of the Six-Pack, we're going to stretch it out for a little bit. Jay, this one is right in your wheelhouse. It's a heavy hitter right off the bat.
I don't know if I have a wheelhouse, but I appreciate it.
This is it, man.
Giving you the benefit of the doubt there. Talk yourself up a little bit. There you go. Tiger Woods. Eldrick, would you rather have taken, Jay, Eldrick in his finest, the 05 Masters, or the narrative aspect, the entire bit of it at 19, or in 19 rather, at Augusta? Best version.
19. So I happened to had the pleasure of being on the grounds and watching it, and that place was electric. And to watch Tiger do what he did and how he did it, and he just, you know what, you guys, he let the thing come to him. I don't know how many balls got hit in the water, Danny. From number 12 on into the house, there were balls in the water all over. Koepka hit it in the water. Poulter hit it in the water. Molinari hit it in the water. The lakes were filling up down at Augusta, man. It looked like you and I playing. And Tiger just, I'll never forget watching those guys hit the ball in the water on 12 and watching Tiger play straight away from the flag, that flag 6 on the front right part of the 12th green, and him hitting that hook-in 9-iron into the middle of the green. Nowhere near the flagstick, because he knew as soon as you go flag hunting over there and slightly miss it, and it goes nowhere but the water.
You played with the King. You played with Tiger. You played with Jack.
Yep.
You ever sit there and go, wow, I played with these guys?
How did that
Come
happen,
on, man?
Yeah, I know.
That's phenomenal.
I know. The first time, Danny, I got to play with Arnold Palmer. I swear, I didn't sleep the night before, and it wasn't even in a PGA Tour event. It was at Bay Hill. He had asked me to play with him the next morning. But, I mean, I'm on the range, and I am pounding, my heart is racing, and I walk up to the tee and I feel like I should genuflect or something, I'm like, because he's royal to the word icon. It's not big enough for what Arnold Palmer was.
Was he good to you during the round and good to you subsequently after that?
Stories and invited me to his home. We just the whole thing. We had drinks afterwards, and he just was, I just sat there. I didn't say a word. I just sat there looking at him like, what?
Now, what about with Tiger? Was he all business?
Oh, yeah. But, when you play with Tiger...
sometimes you guys would talk. I mean, there's guys that you've told me back in the day you're paired up with. So, say, for instance, we played today with Trevor Dunn.
Yeah.
So, he was on tour for 5-6 years, whatever it was. And you guys would talk and have a conversation during the competition, where when we see Tiger from outside looking in, it was like the guy never said anything. I mean, he was just so laser focused.
Right. I remember talking to him and said, I said, dude, everywhere I look, I see your face. I mean, it's not that I don't think you're pretty, but he's like, man, he goes, I don't even see it anymore.
I bet.
I don't even see it anymore. It's just, I'm doing my thing. And plus the other thing that this guy did, Danny, he beat us with his mind. He was so strong mentally. He could block out anything. I mean, here's a guy that could literally drive it all over the lot all day long and come to 18 and hit a fairway and a green and 2-putt for a win to close the deal every time.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Question 2, please.
Question number 2.
Let's keep it on the links. Jay, have you ever held a course record? If not, where in the world, the entire world, would you like to have that feat?
No, I have probably 4 or 5 still. I know I have the one at Memphis.
4 or 5, whatever.
Well, yeah. I
humble brag.
Thank you, Bradford.
Did one of my kids mail in this question?
I'm telling you, did they know you were going to fill in?
I like it. Yeah, right. Maybe they're the one that hit Anthony. No, so I shot 61 one Sunday down at Memphis, and that was one of those days, and I didn't have very many of those, but had one of those days where everything went in. The hole looked like a bucket, and up at the Dick's, where we played Dick's Sporting Goods event up at Enjoy Golf Club, I shot 62 my rookie year, and I think that's still a course record, and there's a few others spread out there. But
well, you grew up in Norwood,
yeah,
which is the site of the Ascension Charity Classic.
Oh, I do have that one.
And that's what I was going to ask.
Forgot.
Yeah, what's that one?
64.
Okay.
Every year I keep looking. Someone's going to break it. They haven't broken it yet. Maybe I can break it this year.
I would love to see you do
Wouldn't that be something?
We played so much golf this summer, and your game is in great shape, man. Heading into next week, I'm fired up for you. I think you're gonna have a great week.
I'm just excited, though. Danny, this whole experience, I can't thank Nick and Ascension and Steve Spratt and those guys enough, because this checks every box for me. It's so emotional. At my age, to be able to play a PGA Tour Champions event, my kids will be in front of me, my grandkids will be here. You'll be out there heckling me and throwing like acorns at me in my backswing and stuff like that, driving Pearly crazy.
Could you imagine if I did that? You would kill me. It would be Happy Gilmore. You'd come running out and like Bob Barker me.
Dude, it would probably help. It's the way I grew up,
And God rest in peace, Bob Barker, but go ahead.
I know, right? Bob kicked the bucket this week.
He did.
I know. Darn it.
Question 3, please.
Question number 3.
Gentlemen, we know that Major League Baseball has had games now, multiple games, that is, including the Cardinals-Cubs this season in London. What about potentially expanding, maybe not on a permanent basis, maybe not launching an expansion squad per se, but what about a little bit of a flirtation with Puerto Rico in the regular season? What do you think the odds are of that happening?
Like having a series there?
Having a series, yes.
Oh, I think that's going to happen. Yeah, I definitely think that'll happen. I remember we went down to Mexico, what was it, in 19 maybe? It was Monterrey, and they Cardinals and the Reds played down there. I think any way that they can expand the game some way, somehow, they're going to try to do it. So whether it's going to London, whether it be setting up a Puerto Rico series, which I really felt before Yachty retired, I thought the Cardinals would find a way to get down to Puerto Rico. I really did. Bill DeWitt is so important to Major League Baseball, not just owning a historic franchise in the St. Louis Cardinals and running it in a first-class operation, but what he means to baseball behind the scenes. There's a lot that people don't know about that he has a voice in, a hand in, and I really thought that they would find a way to get him down there. I'm assuming it was probably talked about, but getting down to Puerto Rico or expanding into other markets, even just for a series, I definitely think that's something that baseball will do. Now, one thing you have to remember, teams have to give up home dates to do this, money involved, that kind of stuff, which can be handled. But I do think it's important for the game. I think it's especially going down to the Latin American places that you can hit. If you can get to Puerto Rico, you can get to Mexico, you can get to where a lot of the players hail from. That's so important to let them be exposed back to their friends and family.
Diddy, you told me earlier this summer that Bill DeWitt Jr. is if not one of the most respected voices in the game.
Oh, for sure. He's, in terms of power, I mean, I'd say there's the commissioner, and Bill DeWitt is in the top 5.
Danny, what about DR? What about the Dominican Republic? I know how close you are with Albert. I know how much Albert has done for his country and what it means.
And he has a role now with the commissioner's office.
But is there any way to play a game down there? Do they have the facilities?
I don't know if they have the facility.
Because you never hear about that.
I don't know if they've got a facility. I would assume that they would have something that they could go to. I mean, there's Dominican academies there, and maybe you do like the Field of Dreams game, and you could put some stands
kind
in
of
there.
Blow it out a little bit.
Yeah, and put 5,000 people around the ballpark. There's also just the accommodations of when you travel as a team. You know, it's not as easy as just saying, let's go down there, let's build some stands, and let's put the team, have a 3-game series. I mean, you have to have accommodations. You got to have living quarters that are appropriate for major league players and the traveling party and everything that goes into it. There's a ton of logistics that go into making this event work. But I do think it's something that baseball would love to do. Guaranteed they'd love to do that. And I bet they will in the next 5 or 10 years. It wouldn't shock me one bit.
Do you remember when the World Baseball Classic started? Was that 09, Danny? I don't know.
Good question. Yeah, right around then,
but anyway,
I think.
Walshy and the guys went down to Puerto Rico, and we were playing in the Puerto Rican Open. Chris Smith and I.
And Mark Walsh is a longtime behind-the-scenes guy with the St. Louis Cardinals in the clubhouse.
Guy, great guy, and Danny, going to a baseball game in Puerto Rico, there's tambourines and bongos, and it's like a carnival circus gong show all at the same time. Watch winter ball
games. Yeah, I used to watch winter ball games all the time, and it's a carnival. Yeah. It's something that it's an event for the town.
Yeah.
And the rivalries are great. I mean, and they're serious and they're intense, and the fans get into it, and the players get into it. They may not be making the money of what they'll make in a few months doing Major League Baseball, but, and again, you're not talking about your high-end guys, but you're talking about good players, and they get into it, man. It's fun. It's a neat atmosphere.
Where are the best players coming from, Danny, nowadays?
You'd have to say Dominican, I mean, you've got obviously an influx of American players that are outstanding that will come from junior colleges and colleges, and some guys are high school developed. The best system in sports, by the way, is for the NFL is college football. Yeah. Don't worry about minor leagues. That is your minor leagues.
That's it.
And then you got all these guys in baseball that jump from trying to go from high school to pro ball, which is a tough transition, not only because the competition is so much better, but also just think about being an 18-year-old kid and being away from mom or dad and living on your own for the first time for months and months and months, and going for a 2-for-20 stretch, and mom isn't there to have a shoulder to cry on. I mean, it's tough.
Danny, it's boys playing with men.
It is.
I can remember going from high school to college. I was like, damn.
It's tough.
And it's all about, what I liked about it, though, it was all about results. Who plays better? There wasn't, the high school thing where, I'm behind a senior and I don't get the start. It's nothing like that.
No. Yeah. Once you're there, it's you either put up results or you don't.
That. Yeah.
Somebody just texted in 314. How about baseball in Hawaii? That's been done in exhibition games. There's been exhibition games in Hawaii. Matter of fact, the Cardinals played the Padres. I want to say it was in 1996. 97, around that time, and had a series in exhibition right around spring training when it ended. And they're also going over to Japan to play. They'll send the Mariners and Dodgers will go over there, maybe start a season. I just think it's good. I think you expose the game. If you get some players out of it, maybe that happens. I mean, you think about the influx of, as I have Jay Delsing here, you think about the Tiger effect and what it's meant to golf. If there can be somebody that can transition their game to a sport and be a transcending type player, there are young players or young kids, and I mean 5, 6, 7, 8 years old, that say, I want to be that next guy, and maybe a great player comes from it. You never know.
Absolutely. That's how it starts.
I would say that.
Absolutely.
By the way, 314, have you guys ever seen Albert's son, AJ, play golf?
Yeah.
AJ remember when he was hanging around the Cardinals when Albert was in his prime here, and he'd be out in his Cardinal uniform and doing all that stuff. Well, AJ turned into a golfer, a really good one.
He's a good player.
You see him play?
Oh, yeah. I think we watched video of him, Danny, down at Dalhousie, which is such a great, resource club here for folks in the Midwest, and national club and everything. And, number 5 can hit it too.
Oh, yeah. I emceed John Jay's charity last year, and they had a closest to the pin. And, of course, Albert steps up and puts it about 2 feet. With everybody, I mean, everybody's playing in the closest to the pin. And he's like, hey, man, how far is this? And I said, I don't know, 110 or whatever. Got it. Yep. Put it like 2 feet.
Yep.
And this is typical Albert.
Yeah.
Typical Albert,
okay.
Whatever. Sports Six Pack will roll on in just a moment. This is 101 ESPN. It's the Fast Lane. It's 3:26, and our time check is presented by Clarkson Jewelers.
Save big money with 11% off everything at Menards. Mastercraft makes the highest quality doors at the best price. Menards offers fast delivery on customized doors, or choose from our great selection of in-stock doors ready to take home today. Pick up a 3-panel mission-style exterior door with top light for just $299.99 after 11% rebate. Good through September 4th. Savings are a mail-in rebate. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Save big money at Menards.
Hi, it's Randy for my friends at Golf Discount of St. Louis. When I'm adding a new club to my bag, there's no place I trust more than Golf Discount of St. Louis. Their expert club fitters using their GC Quad launch monitors will always give me the best advice possible. With multiple Club Fitter of the Year awards, Golf Discount of St. Louis disproves the notion that a great club fitting has to be expensive. Their fittings are always free with your club purchase. Locally owned and operated with locations in O'Fallon, Missouri and South County, and coming soon to Edwardsville. It's the place for all your golf needs. Golf Discount of St. Louis.
In a world where down payments are out of control.
But I've only got $29.
You need Frank Lita Mitsubishi in the Automotive Outlet in Bridgeton. Hop in if you want to live.
Really?
Nah, I'm just being dramatic.
Big down payments have met their match. At Frank Lita Mitsubishi, every vehicle is $29 down. $29. Stop. You need $2,000 down.
Frank Lita wants to get you approved, even if you've been turned down elsewhere.
Every vehicle is $29 down. And you get a lifetime warranty, no charge.
We're not going to make it!
Spoiler alert, we're here.
$29 down.
$29!
With 2.9% financing, 2.9 for 60 months.
At Frank Lita Mitsubishi.
In the Automotive Outlet in Bridgeton.
YesLita.com.
YesLita.com.
Hudson to the Hill to start September. Good afternoon. I'm Bradford Bruns with your Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Cardinals hurler Dakota Hudson is eyeing a bounce-back turn tonight. With Pittsburgh in town for the opener of a 3-game series, the righty was knocked around in his most recent appearance, giving up 5 runs and issuing 5 free passes against Philadelphia on Saturday. He does own a 5-1 record on the season, though, and faces the 11-8 Mitch Keller in this one. Other evening action pits those same Phillies against Milwaukee. Coming up in about 2.5 to 3 hours, Missouri State visits Kansas on the college football side. Tomorrow brings an Illinois-Toledo showdown, and yesterday, MU beat South Dakota by 25. Cody Schrader did his part on the ground, rushing for 138 yards on 18 totes.
Yards.
This Sports Center update was driven by Johnny Londoff. Find new roads and shop 24/7 at Londoff.com and LondoffAutoplex.com. Are you kidding me?
I don't like to get political. I don't do politics, okay? I have my own viewpoints. Jay's got his own viewpoints. That's Jay Delsing. I'm Dan McLaughlin. Bradford is in for Marshy. I'm in for Jamie. And Jay is in for Anthony, who was in a fender bender on the way to work, and everything is fine. He's cool. But so that's why we have a little rotation going on right now. So I don't like to get political. However, you do a hell of a job on your sports updates.
Appreciate that very much, sir.
You put a lot into them. And I appreciate that. You went to the soundbite. It didn't fire. And I got to think, just for a second, you went Mitch McConnell on me. Is Jay's mic up? I don't know if his mic is up. I saw you, and I didn't know if, like, you froze. I didn't know what was going on, and I was like, okay, that happens. It didn't fire. And then there was, like, 2 more seconds. And then there was like 3 seconds, and I thought, we got our own live Mitch McConnell, 80 years difference, but something's going on here.
Well, it's funny because the headphones aren't exactly firing in the conventional way today either. So, no excuses. Play like a champion.
Again, you do a hell of a job on it. I love you, baby, but I wasn't sure what was going on. Anyway, so here we go. This is the Fast Lane. We've got the Sports Six-Pack. We've got a lineup potentially coming out here momentarily. We'll get to that. Let's hit question number 4, I believe.
Question number 4.
Sticking with the baseball, albeit stateside here. And Jay, you mentioned in our very first segment of the show, the great Ronald Acuna Jr. The station in general has actually been talking a lot about the Braves and why not the prohibitive favorites right now in Major League Baseball. Just yesterday, Acuna Jr. became the first player in Major League history to go 30-60. Is there an obvious candidate, maybe other than Elly De La Cruz, to join this club next? And with the way in which the commissioner's office, different higher-ups hope that the game will progress. I know, Dan, you mentioned this, I believe, last week, talking about how maybe altogether there hasn't been quite the sheer number of swipes we would have anticipated at the beginning of the year. Who's next?
I think it's... First of all, I think stolen bases are up. The numbers do bear that out. I just thought when they decided to make the bags bigger, and then your lack of pickoffs and those kind of things, I just thought, Jay, that guys would be running wild. I'm not sure it'd be the reincarnation of the 1985 Cardinals here, but I did think that people would be taking more chances than maybe they have.
It surprised me. I think the numbers are up, but Danny, with the you're limited on the throwovers, your pickoffs. If you think that they'd press the issue more. You watch a guy like Tyler O'Neill, who's one of the fastest guys in the league, and he gets on first and he never runs. I'm not sure what's going on there.
It's the 314 says it shouldn't count because the bases are bigger. If you think about the bang plays that you have had,
yeah.
And it seems like every stolen base, man, it's the tag is just about there on the foot, on the hand. I mean, it's boom, boom, right there. That if you add just a fraction of an inch or two to the bag, that you're going to get at least more calls going the way of the base runners. So it would just make common sense that would be the case. I'd push it. I would say, look, I'm going for it. I'm going to press the button and press the pedal to the metal, and we're going to run.
Well, Danny, they put it in your favor, right? They're adding the size of the base means you have less distance to go, albeit we're talking inches, but still, to your point, 90% of the plays are bang bang, and it's on one side or the other. So you think that would make a difference and sway a few of those to our side.
I thought that they would do that, but again, not necessarily the case. By the way, 30-60.
That's sick.
It's unbelievable. Yeah. 30-60, and he's still got a month to go.
Right.
So I mean, he could go off here, depending on, and the Braves are going to wrap this thing up here in the next week or so. He's going to have some time, I would assume. Now, I love how Brian Snicker plays it. Basically, the lineup that they have is out there every single day, and here it is, and you're in this position. They're in that, what we talk about every year, in that spot where if you're a team, do you roll the same guys out every single night and just keep pressing like you are, or do you pull back some? I mean, they're going to win the division by an inordinate amount of games.
Yep.
So do you pull some of these guys back? And it's always about losing that edge,
right?
Until you get to that. And it's something that, as you as an athlete would know about.
In sport, Danny, it's the most important thing you can have. When momentum and that edge is on your side, you want to cradle it and cherish it and take care of it, and not just, not lose it if you can. But one of the things that Acuna Jr. does, I just see the joy of playing the game when he's out there. He's having so much fun. As much as I didn't enjoy watching Elly De La Cruz do what he did, how about him out racing Adam Wainwright from home plate to?
He's fun to watch.
It's fun to watch. He has that same joy, of life when playing the game, and that is really seductive. It makes me really, really want to root for them and watch that.
This is an interesting point. I hadn't thought about this, but 314 says, do the players have to relearn the skill and numbers will rise next year? That's interesting. I mean, it is reviewed time and again. about, okay, lefty's on, this is what you want to do. Righty's on, here's a giveaway, here's a tip, here's something that you know. But is it something that do you refocus and spend more time on that in spring training going into a season? And my answer to that would probably be yes.
Yeah, Danny, what about the minor leagues? I mean, you got to start, you've got to start at least the Cardinal way, which I'm not sure if that's a thing anymore, but that's where everything began. And that's where the players were getting indoctrinated into this way of playing the game the right way.
Here's something to think about. The automatic strike zone is coming. Whether you like it or not, I think it's coming to Major League Baseball. It's been implemented all across the minor leagues. You don't need a catcher to frame anymore. You really don't. Bradford, you're looking at me like I'm strange. You don't need him to frame anymore.
He is strange. It's all good, Bradford.
A defense-first catcher, how much do you really need him? I mean, he still has to have a good arm. But in terms of, usually one comes with the other. Defense-first catcher can block, he can frame, he can throw. Or am I just going to look for guys that can absolutely throw cannons down to second base?
Right.
You know, if I don't have to worry about pitch framing, I got to worry about calling a game. I got to worry about the comfort level that my pitcher has with me. I get that, but do I really care all that much about it?
Danny, how much are they using analytics for this too? You know,
they got
the clock,
pop-up times.
They got the clock, the pop-up times. This is guys under 1.5. You can, if he's over 1.5, they take advantage. You know, it's all goes back to the numbers too.
There's a standard, and it's 1 point. This for particular guys, and they just say if he's below that, then don't go.
Yeah.
If he's above it, then you go.
Yeah.
And that's how it works.
Yeah.
Question 5, please.
Question number 5.
Among the roster developments from the ballpark this afternoon, gentlemen, lineup game that is looming as well. Brendan Donovan transferred to the 60-day disabled list. Ryan Helsley activated from that particular distinction. Next year, where the 636 would like to know, do you envision Donovan logging the most playing time in the field? Had to acquit himself very well as a designated hitter when the physical compromises were there. But 2024, opening day, moving on throughout the season, where is he going to end up most often in the field?
Infield.
Infield for sure. But Danny, what I wanted to ask you is his arm, is he going to be able to be ready for spring training, or is he going to be a June guy?
So when position players, like a good example would be Tony Womack. Tony Womack had that type of surgery that Donovan is going through, I believe. Not 100% on that, but it's kind of similar what they're dealing with. A position player can come back from that. They're careful. They're very careful, and that's why if you're looking at next year, where does he play? Even though he can play the outfield, teams would just take advantage of his arm the entire time, and
he's likely to hurt it again too.
And that's
right?
the other problem.
That's probably how he hurt it, playing out of position. And
well, why has Tommy Edman been hurt a little bit this year?
I know.
Probably playing out of position. I mean, you need these guys if they're infielders. In my opinion, if they're infielders, then stay on the infield. I look at Brendan Donovan. And I don't want to give him up. I don't want to give up Tommy Edman either. But I got Nolan Gorman. I got Arenado. I got Goldie. I only got so many spots. I do have at least a DH, but right now Contreras is my DH. That's why it makes likely, and Mason Wynn's going to be everyday shortstop. That's why it makes sense to say, okay, we have a guy here, Edman, Donovan, or get creative with somebody else to say we probably have an influx of too many guys at these positions that we can give somebody up and get something back for them. I hate to give up any of them.
I agree. How did we get to this position, Danny, where I feel like we have the same guy so much? You know what I mean? It's the same guy playing and capable of moving around the infield, playing short, playing second, playing center.
We're going to contradict ourselves because I'm going to say I don't want to get rid of him, but yet if I want to keep him, somebody's going to have to play the outfield a little bit.
I know.
So one of those guys is going to have to move. Tommy Edman, to me, is a really good center fielder. Right. He's outstanding. But what do you do then with Dylan Carlson? What do you do with Tyler O'Neill? You're not trading Jordan Walker.
And Tommy really can't throw out there, though, Danny.
It's strong enough to be accurate enough.
Yeah.
It's just not somebody you're going to sit there and it's not the reincarnation of Dave Parker.
Yeah.
Right. But then again, who is?
Nobody.
No one throws like those guys used to throw.
Although I got to tell you, Jordan Walker,
big arm.
He hit that. He knocked that player out at third base the other 2-3 games ago. It was fantastic.
Here's though something that I think
Bogarts, I think he threw out.
You have to think about is that Jordan Walker is a natural third baseman. Goldie's got another year on his deal. Is Goldie in the plans for an extension? And if not, Walker moves to first, in what I would do.
Right.
And then I would open up that spot in the outfield for somebody. Then, if you're thinking like this, then that means maybe an Edman or a Donovan sticks around, right? So now you can say, no, you're going to play every day. You're going to be in the outfield, not on the infield. It's question to me. If you're a lover of the sport like I am and you are, this could be a really fun off season if you're a Cardinal fan. It's been a tough season. Everybody gets that, but this is where all these different things I'm throwing out there on the plate are combinations that they're thinking about right now.
Don't you think it's a pretty crucial season for Mo?
Yeah.
I mean, we've got a lot of roster juggling. We've basically have 2 pitchers under contract. We have Matz and Michaelis. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that's it. And I know some people were saying, well, why not bring in Lucas Giolito for a look or Clevenger? No. I'm losing anyway.
Don't we know what they look like anyway?
Well, you do.
Right.
There's a couple ways to look at it. Number one, if the players are going to be under free agents to be, they've come this far, they're going to free agency. The days of let's bring them to St. Louis and see this atmosphere and they're going to fall in love with St. Louis, which they might. I'm not saying it wouldn't happen, but that probably ain't going to happen. So I want to see, as much as it's been painful at times, I want to know what I have in Rom. I want to know what I have in Matthew Liberatore. I want to know what I have going forward, and I think I do in Dakota Hudson, who goes tonight. But is that a piece for my bullpen? And I need to, and if I learned anything from this year, I better hedge my bets. I better be able to sit there and say, I'm not just 1 through 5, I'm 1 through 8. And I'm not saying that 7 or 8 have to be what would be 2 or 3s in a rotation, like world beaters. I'm just saying I got to have people that I can count on, that when I bring them back with injuries, I can count on some of these guys.
I mean, Denny, the only thing that we can really count on with the pitchers is they get hurt.
Yeah.
I mean, and it's across baseball. I
Absolutely.
mean, with this max effort and the fact that these starting pitchers now are going 5 innings and this term, the quality start that's thrown out there, the thing has changed so much. If you don't have a good solid 8 that can really go for your big league lineup, you're out of trouble.
I think the last time I remember the Cardinals having a run in which they were basically 1 through 5, took the ball every day, was 2004. And then at the end of that year, they brought up Danny Herron because there was a doubleheader, and I think it was against the Pirates, and I think Julian Tavares hit somebody on the head. Why I remember that game, I don't know why, but I think I'm right about that. But then Danny Herron got traded for Mulder, and the rest is history. So maybe it was 2005. But the point being, that was the last time you saw their pitching staff, every one of them, every 5th day, you'd count on that guy.
Yep.
And you just didn't have injuries. Question 6, please.
Question number 6.
Finally, the ACC moving away from its Eastern roots in a major way. Stanford, Cal, and SMU ready to make it an 18-team league effective next year. Are you guys in any way fans of these mega conferences?
First of all, I don't care. That's college sports now in a nutshell. Sure. However, for a guy like Jay Delsing, who was a 2-time All-American at UCLA...
It was a Pac 8. It's the Pac 12.
Right.
It was a Pac. Just leave the numbers out. Like, don't say Big 10 anymore, and don't say. Hey, I don't even know how many are in there anymore.
Why do you care anymore? You want to see the best games. You want to see the best teams play. Okay, this is one way to do it. I don't care. It's all about money.
Follow the
Just follow the money.
It's like you're saying everything.
Follow the money.
Follow it.
Yeah.
And when it stops being about the money, follow the money.
So does it bother you if your Bruins would go to the Big 12?
No.
You don't care?
No. I mean, I'm so far removed from my college days. You
don't bleed the what is it, the baby blue and the gold?
Baby blue is a little tough. But I do like UCLA a lot, but I'm not. I mean, I would play with guys and they'd come down and sit next to me at breakfast and go, "We're playing you today," and I'm like, my kids have like 3 games that I'm missing today. Who the hell are you talking about? He goes, no, Oklahoma State's playing UCLA. And I'm like, oh, okay.
It is interesting, though, for sports like baseball, softball, track, soccer, golf. If you're not a preeminent program, you're not traveling privately. So how are you getting the expense of cross-country travel for some of your secondary sports? Now, if you're making the move to go do this in these big conferences, football and basketball are driving the bus, so to speak. They're bringing in millions anyway, so it's not like you're crying poor. However, it is interesting to see how it affects, if UCLA wants to play USC, you go down the street.
Yeah, Danny, I can tell you, though, that the golf team's not getting any of that dough.
No.
We raise all our money ourselves, and it's all about the travel. And to your point, though, what's our conference? Who's in our conference championship? We're going. Where are we going? We're going to Iowa. Where are we going?
Exactly.
It's when we were in college, D, we got in one of those extended econo vans that was always white. It had the state of California driver license plate on it, and we drove everywhere.
Yeah.
And dude, you have no idea how long the coast of California is.
It's long, man.
In one of those vans. It sucks.
But that would be the best times you had with your buddies, though. With your teammates.
We had a great time. I want you to take a guess at what our per diem was.
Per diem.
And then cut it in half. And then minus
$8.
$6.
$6?
$6. Now, you could get a Grand Slam a breakfast for $1.99.
See, you're covered.
And I didn't understand Spanish but I didn't know that La Quinta meant right behind Denny's. I didn't
two
know
for
that.
one. There you go.
Yeah.
That's Jay Delsing. I'm Dan McLaughlin. Apparently the lineup is out. We'll take a look at that as the Cardinals open up a series this weekend with the Pirates. That's next. I'm just a fill-in, but that means that means the lineup's out, right?
Let that breathe a little bit, yeah.
Sorry, I was ready to jump in. I'm so excited to guess the lineup.
Can't blame you.
That voice over there is, that's Bradford Bruns, and he is filling in for Marshy. I'm Dan McLaughlin, filling in for Jamie Rivers, and Jay Delsing is in, and he's filling in for Anthony Stalter here on the Fast Lane as we kick off a holiday weekend. Okay, we have the lineup game. The Cardinals are facing a right-hander in Mitch Keller. He's had 10 starts against the Cardinals. He's 5-4 against St. Louis. And let's go. We've got some activations today. Who'd we have? We had Newbar activated, right?
I think he's going to the top of the lineup, D. What do you think?
You're jumping the gun here, Jay.
Sorry.
Yeah,
stay in my lane over here.
Stay in your lane.
I'm in the slow lane, even though this is the fast lane.
I was going to give all the active. By the way, I agree with you that Newbar will be at the top. We'll find out in a moment. But activated, available tonight, Lars Newbar, Ryan Helsley, Jake Woodford activated, but then option to build up here at AAA. Brendan Donovan transferred to the 60-day injured list. So it's Dakota Hudson, Mitch Keller of the Pirates, pair of right-handers tonight at Busch Stadium. And I'm with you. I'm going to go at the top of my lineup with one Lars Nootbaar. Show us Lars.
1, 2, 3, 4. I'm grinding.
You know, I'd like to know, just for my own personal information, where these come from, Bradford.
Marshy is largely responsible for the
But you've chimed in for some, though, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Ones that are a little more off the beaten path, admittedly, those probably came from me.
How do you find these? They are fantastic.
All right, so Lars Nootbaar is at the top of the lineup. We would have to assume that he's playing center field.
I'm down with that.
Okay, so that's center fielder Lars Nootbaar. We expect that. All right, batting second. You're my guest, so I'm going to let you go first. Who do you have?
I'm going Goldie.
I'm going Goldie, too. Show me Mr. Goldschmidt.
Rich with gold. Gold!
Nice job. 2 for 2. Is he a first baseman or a DH tonight?
Ooh, I love when he plays first base, man. He is the most underrated defensive first baseman I think I've ever seen. Albert was in that category too, Danny. I felt like Albert could win a Golden Glove almost every year, and I think he only got a couple of them.
Yeah, Goldie does things that most people don't realize that are kind of under the radar, but does them with such efficiency and saves you over the course of 6 months. He saves you a ton of runs.
Oh my! He made our infield defense so much better.
So Goldie batting second, Nootbaar leading off. All right, now we're at the third spot in the lineup.
I'm thinking with a righty on the mound. You thinking we're going Nolan Gorman?
That's where I was going to go too. I was going Nolan Gorman, although for a while, remember, it was Goldie Arenado.
Yeah.
But now with Nootbaar back, you can kind of get back into the flow of what they want with their regular lineup, at least in my opinion. So let's go Nolan Gorman.
There's a storm coming, Ari.
Nice. 3 for 3. Now, is he at second or is he DHing?
That's another good question. That's where we got to figure that out,
because
right?
Tommy is healthy, so and you got Nootbaar back. So I would say Nootbaar plays center. Then you would move Edmund to second, which allows Gorman
to DH unless you put Tommy at shortstop and give Wynn the night off with a right-hander.
Nah.
I hope not. I like watching him play.
I want to see him play.
I do, too.
I'm with you. All right, so we got Nootbaar leading off center, Goldie at first, Gorman is batting third. We are going to assume DH. This is pretty easy. Let's go Nolan Arenado.
Absolutely.
Okay, Nolan Arenado batting cleanup.
Nolan is a security guard at the lumber yard.
You like these, don't you?
I do. I like them. I hear them every day, but I still laugh at them.
You listen to the show all the time.
I do.
So this shouldn't be foreign to you.
I do. Nope. I'm certainly no Anthony Stalter, as everyone can attest to, but it's a lot of fun.
Nootbaar, Goldie, Gorman, Arenado. Batting fifth for your Cardinals will be.
Are we going to have Willie catching, or are we going to have Kisner catching, Danny? Do we put Jordan
I was thinking
Walker's
Tyler O'Neill.
Tyler O'Neill?
Yeah. I'm going to go O'Neill.
Let's go. I'll go with you.
You're good with O'Neill?
Yeah.
You're not really.
I'm not sure. I mean, who's going to be catching? You thinking Kiz is catching?
I'll go Contreras catching. Because of what I was saying before with the DH. I bet Gorman's your DH and his lefty, righty. The other thing why I would move up O'Neill is he's going to see fastballs. Keller throws about 72% fastballs, and I like Tyler O'Neill on a fastball normally. But, well, with him, I throw everything out the window, but whatever. But that's my thought process in going Tyler O'Neill here.
Okay.
Give me Tyler O'Neill.
Let's go, Wilson. What do you think?
It's got to be Willie Contreras.
Wilson, are you naked? No, Tim, I'm wearing a hat.
Okay.
All right.
Nootbaar, Goldie, Gorman, Arenado, Contreras. Now, who are you thinking? Tyler O'Neill?
Yeah, I like it. Tyler O'Neill.
Give me Tyler O'Neill.
Left field.
My fingers hurt.
Oh, well, now your back's going to hurt because you just pulled landscaping duty.
Tyler O'Neill.
Landscaping duty. You
Okay.
just pulled landscaping duty over there, Danny Mac.
So we're missing a shortstop out of this crew.
We got a right fielder. We got Jordan Walker, and we need
second baseman too.
Right.
So now we're talking probably Walker, Wynn, Edman, that combination.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
With Tommy being a switch hitter, do you bat him 8th or 9th?
See, I like him down in the lineup.
I do too.
So I'm going to go Jordan Walker.
I like Jordan Walker from the next. We missed on the Jordan Walker. All right.
Maybe because of the success he's had the last couple of games with walk-off hits, Tommy Edman. Because to me, it's Wynn batting ninth.
Right.
So I'm not going to move him. I'm putting him there. So I'll go. It's got to be Tommy Edman. It's got to be.
Tommy likey. Tommy want wingy.
You could have put a lot of different Tommy boys in there, boy. I'm telling you.
Nootbaar, Goldie, Gorman, Arenado, Contreras, O'Neill, Edman. Now it's got to be Jordan Walker. Yeah.
Walk it like it's hot. Walk it like it's hot.
Okay.
All right.
And now
Mason
batting
Wynn.
ninth, Mason Wynn.
Our boy.
All I do is win, no matter what.
That wasn't awful, Danny.
No, we only missed. I think I talked you into some of these, actually. I shouldn't have, but I talked you into a couple of them that I shouldn't have. I think you'd have gone a different direction.
Whatever.
I overthink it.
We're good.
I overthought it.
I don't think much.
Just the way it is.
Small brain over here.
If yours is small, mine's not much. I mean, we got a couple idiots leading this show.
Yeah,
I'm telling you.
We got a problem.
All right, run them back.
Here we go. Lars Nootbaar back in the lineup. He is your catalyst and center fielder for the evening, followed by Paul Goldschmidt at first base, not getting off of his feet in the series opener. Nolan Gorman is your designated hitter and a 3-hole hitter, followed by Nolan Arenado, the third baseman. Cleanup man Wilson Contreras is catching this evening, batting 5th, followed by Tyler O'Neill in left field, and then Tommy Edman is your 7th place hitter, your second baseman at the Keystone. Jordan Walker in right field, as well as Mason Wynn at shortstop.
I want to hit baseballs. All of my successes depend on me.
You're ready to hit.
The hits just keep on coming.
And his first big league hit is a bullet up the middle.
Dan, I know you have a little bit of familiarity with this little game that we play. Jay, if I'm not mistaken, it's your very first occasion of getting into Beat the Streak, right?
Right on.
How about that? Caller, listener, actually, Nick will join us after the Labor Day holiday, so it's just going to be a quick, condensed set of the three of us here. Jay, we're going to let you be the leadoff man here, all right? So one particular Cardinal, or if you want to get a little fancy, you want to get a little tricky, you can even go with a member of the opposing organization from Pittsburgh. Just one guy to record
Not
a base
happening.
knock.
I'm not going with any Pirate. I'm going with Lars. He's coming off the DL and feeling better, and he's going to open up and get on base. We're going to score first and win tonight.
I like that pick because he's 5 for 10, by the way, against Keller. Last time he saw the Pirates, it was against Keller, and he hit a home run. So that's a good pick. My turn? Your turn.
Your turn, sir.
I'll go Goldie. The one thing that he loves is the fastball. And I keep going back to Mitch Keller. It's like 71% that he's throwing the fastballs. You know, Spencer Strider's throwing it about that much. There's a couple other guys I was looking at that are throwing a fastball that much. So you're going to see a lot of that. That means Goldie's going to jump on a fastball and have some success.
The regulars call that chalk, if I'm not mistaken. I like
Chalk?
it, though. A chalk pick.
Oh,
I don't know.
okay.
It's not a gimme. It's never a layup. Not against an all-star hurler. No.
Okay.
Not whatsoever.
All right.
I will go, gentlemen, with Jordan Walker. And obviously this rookie, the 21-year-old, doesn't have a great body of work against Mitch Keller. But you look at what he was able to do as far as taking the ball with authority to all fields in that San Diego series, coming on strong to begin the month of September. He is a line drive hitter at heart. I thought about taking him later on in the show to go yard, but he will most definitely reach base by any means, courtesy of a hit.
I've had somebody say to me the other day, they came up to me and they said, Jordan Walker's been a disappointment. I said, really?
Wow.
I said, what makes you? He said, I expected, 20, 25, driving in 85 to 95. I said, I get that. I said, I understand that the expectations around him being the number one prospect in baseball, that they're skyrocketed. I mean, in a lot of ways, these guys cannot live up to what,
too much hype.
It's just too much hype. I wanted, though, to go back and look at how much he has played this year. And this is where I think you have to keep in mind his age. Rookies ages 21 or younger to play at least 90 games in a season for the Cardinals. Think about this list. Walker is at 90 games. Albert Pujols, the last to do it, in 2001. Curt Flood in 1958. Stan the Man in 42 and Joe Medwick in 33.
Wow.
That's the list that he's on.
Danny, let me ask you this, because this game.
Well, my point is that let's let it breathe a little bit. Give him some time.
Let's tap the brakes and chill out a little bit. Here's another thing I want to ask you, Danny. This is a kid that never played the outfield much at all. That is a big deal when you're 21 years old. You're up in the bigs and you're playing. He doesn't know one ballpark. He's got zero familiarity.
He may not say that.
Struggled. He struggled out there.
And he may not say this, and they may not say this, but there is no doubt in my mind that some of those struggles from the plate have gone to the field, and the field to the plate.
They're human beings. They're not machines and computers, and it matters.
No doubt. I mean, it's human nature that, and he's not dumb. He knows all the expectations that are around him. He hears it everywhere he goes. People are watching closely with everything that he does. So it's been a good year, I would say. Not a great year, a good year. And with the ups and downs, and that's part of the good year. I think some of the things that you struggle with are good because you learn from them. But, man, he's so young and the expectation's so high, you just pump the brakes a little bit.
Danny, here's one thing. I'd love to get your opinion on this. They sent him down to work on this launch angle. Could you not have just said, let's try to hit the ball in the air a little bit more?
I'm sure they did.
And just stay up here, but stay up. Because that had to mess with him, too.
That's the one thing I didn't like, is that at a young age that you do that, and that sometimes that can have an effect on a young player. The other part is the numbers bear it out. In this day and age of if you get like 400 at-bats and the number of ground, like if you put it on the ground, you're average. I mean, it's eye-popping.
It's startling.
It is. It's eye-popping, the difference. And this is just, whether you like it or not, that's how the game is played. You got to get the ball in the air. You got to drive it to the gaps, and you got to hit home runs. That's just the way it goes, man.
Yeah.
Right or wrong.
Yep.
We went a little long with the lineup segment, didn't we? I'm sorry. Get us back on clock, will you?
Blame it on me.
You're
I don't know
building
what I'm
that
doing.
suspense. Hey, the people are weighing in. They want the gauntlet, but they will wait with bated breath.
Okay, let's do that. Let's take a break, and we'll be back on the fast lane in a moment.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
I'm Jim Onder. There's a common misconception that all attorneys are created equal, but that's just not true. Most attorneys are not a one-stop shop. They're not equipped to handle complex trucking accidents, serious construction injuries, or catastrophic claims, let alone fly in an engineering team to reconstruct an accident and prove its cause. There is a difference.
Onder Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Call 314 or 618-900,000 to learn more.
This Labor Day at the Home Depot, we're rolling out store-wide savings, where you can get everything you need to make the most of your long weekend, no matter if you're putting down fresh new roofs or digging up and replacing old ones. You can keep your garden alive and thriving all year round. Get 1 pint Hearty Mums on special buy. Now 5 for only $5. Do Labor Day your way at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Product varies by store. See store for details.
Join Macy's and our nonprofit partners to help address the youth mental health crisis this school year. Now through September 14th, you can fund mental health services and resources when you donate online to the JED Foundation and the National Alliance on Mental Illness. Or round up your Macy's store purchase up to 99 cents and donate the extra change. Give back today and learn more about our mission to create brighter futures for all at Macys.com/purpose.
Save 11% on Menard's unbeatable selection of Atlas roofing products. Castlebrook, Briarwood, and Pinnacle shingles feature a limited lifetime warranty, up to 130-mile-per-hour wind warranty, and a super wide design for fast installation. Protect your home for years to come and save 11% on all Atlas shingles right now at Menard's. Good through September 4th. Savings are a mail-in rebate. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Save big money at Menards.
Stalter back with you for Auto Center's Nissan Herculaneum. They have over 700 new and used vehicles combined in one location. That's right. The St. Louis region's #1 stop for colossal car buying destination. It's Auto Center's Nissan and Used Super Center. Again, 700 vehicles, new and pre-owned, that you can select. You can drive off the lot and feel great about it because they've got financing for everyone. They give you the 30-day return as well. It's a guarantee on new Nissan. They're so confident you're going to love your new car. They're going to give you 30 days to bring it back. No one else does this. The discounts and deals are back. Thousands of dollars in savings on new and used cars, plus no payments for 3 months, new and used, no down payments, new and used, and rates as low as 0% APR. Select models available. Your choice, biggest discounts is Auto Center's Nissan Herculaneum. Go visit them. Brand new spot out in Herculaneum. And don't forget, tell them Stalter sent you.
.101 ESPN has your last chance to win free tickets to Guns N' Roses with special guest The Pretenders next Saturday night, September 9th at Busch Stadium. Tickets for the show are on sale now, but we've got your shot at scoring free tickets to Guns N' Roses. Get entered to win right now, either on your 101 mobile app or at 101ESPN.com.
Your exclusive home of St. Louis Blues hockey. WXOS HD1 East St. Louis 101 ESPN. Three warriors, 4 categories, 1 challenger. Can you master the Gauntlet?
Brought to you by Master, your hometown source for business communications for more than 30 years. Visit masstour.com.
A lot of people texting in whether or not we would have the Gauntlet, and the answer is yes with that music. So it's been kind of a unique afternoon here on 101 ESPN. I was scheduled to fill in for Jamie Rivers. I'm Dan McLaughlin. Jay Delsing is in the house because Anthony Stalter on the way to the show had a little fender bender. He is fine. No one hurt, but he's taking care of that. So Jay and I were playing a little golf, Jay, not me, earlier today, and we've been talking about doing this anyway. So I said, "Do you want to come in?" He said, "Absolutely." Bradford is filling in for Marshy, and so what we're going to do, we do have a contestant, right, John?
Yes, we do.
Okay, John is on the line. He's going to be one of our Gauntlet contestants, and he's going to take on Jay, who has left the studio studio. Jay is going to be our expert, if you will, because he's our guest. And I guess we should, what now, roll the dice here? What the hell do we do?
Oh, we're saying hello to John on this unconventional, dare I say, historic occasion.
Oh, yeah. How you doing, John?
Doing all right. How about you guys?
Doing well. Thanks for listening. Thanks for playing.
Oh, my pleasure.
Okay, spin the wheel. Let's see what we got.
When that wheel is still spinning, it's turning and turning. Where will it land today? Ooh, here we are. Last time I was in, if I'm not mistaken, I believe we had this category. Refer to it as America's pastime. Still want to refer to it as such. John, you've got baseball today.
All right. Let's do it.
All right, grab the questions, and away we go. Bradford is organizing as we speak, and you can hear him rattling the questions. We haven't seen these yet, John. We don't cheat here on the Gauntlet. But good luck to you.
Thank you, sir.
Bradford, should I do one or two?
Lead us off, Dan.
All right. Which Cardinals pitcher finished the 2012 season with a 16-3 record, an .842 win-loss percentage, setting the Cardinals record for best win percentage for a pitcher in a single season? He was 16-3, .842 win-loss percentage, and the Cardinals record for best winning percentage for a pitcher in a single season.
Oh, wow. Let's see here. That's the year after Wainwright had Tommy John. Carpenter, I believe, went down early on. Let me go ahead and get the options.
The options are Lance Lynn, Chris Carpenter, Kyle Loesch.
You know what? I'm going to go with Kyle Loesch.
Final answer?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Question 2, please.
Quite the winning percentage there. The Cardinals retired what number, John, all the way back in 1975 for the one, the only Bob Gibson?
That'd be number 45.
Final answer?
Yes, sir.
Question 3. Who is the only Cardinal in team history to throw multiple no-hitters with the team?
Bob Forsch.
Zero hesitation. John feeling himself on this Friday. I like it. Number 4. Here we are in 2019. Tell me, which Cardinal hit a home run in his first major league at-bat?
(2019) I'm completely blanking on this one. Let me go ahead and get the options.
Very well. Choice A, Edmundo Sosa. B, Paul DeJong, now of the Giants. And C, Lane Thomas.
Can you restate the question?
Absolutely. One more time. Which Cardinal in the year 2019 hit a dinger, a home run, in his first MLB at-bat? Was it Edmundo Sosa, Paul DeJong, or Lane Thomas?
I'm going to go Lane Thomas.
Final answer? John, final answer?
Hold on. Flip-flopping here. Yeah, final answer, Lane Thomas.
All right, let's bring in Jay. Nice work there, John. Very nice work. I think Jay is ready to go. Bring up that sound there so we don't sound as... Bring it up just to make it a big entrance here for Jay.
The orchestral noise. Yes.
Whatever you call it, I'm in. Jay, put on the headsets, and John, you're saying hello to one of the great golfers ever to come out of St. Louis, Jay Delsing.
Hey,
hello, Jay.
Hey, what's going on, John? And congratulations on the big win.
Well, he hasn't won yet.
Oh, he will.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've listened to you for years, Jay.
Hey, thank you, man. I really appreciate it.
All right, question 1. Which Cardinals pitcher finished the 2012 season with a 16-3 record, an .842 win-loss percentage, setting the Cardinals record for best winning percentage for a pitcher in a single season?
2012.
16-3 with an .842 win-loss percentage.
I got somebody in mind.
You also, by the way, you can get options on this if you don't just guess right away.
I'll take the options, please.
Lance Lynn, Chris Carpenter, Kyle Loesch.
Kyle Loesch. Final answer.
Kyle Loesch, the final answer.
Kyle Loesch it is. Number 2, Jay. The Cardinals retired at what number in 1975 for Gibby? Bob Gibson.
45. Final answer.
Question 3. Who is the only Cardinal in team history to throw multiple no-hitters with the team?
Bob Forsch.
We have a downright barn burner here.
We sure do.
Final one.
Getting nervous.
Or so we think.
Can we get a golf question, John?
It's baseball, baby.
I know. I love baseball. I like baseball way more than golf anyway. Let's go.
Moment of truth.
Easy. Okay.
Moment of truth, Jay.
All right.
In 2019, which Cardinal hit a home run in his first major league at-bat?
Oh, damn. 2019. What year are we? 2023.
We're 2023, Jay.
Thank you. It's a Friday. Oh, man. I should know this, too. So that would mean he'd be this would be about his 4th year.
You get options, too, remember.
I know, but I don't want to take the options. Am I slowing it down too much?
No, you take all the time you want. It means we're closer to 6. It's stopping this train wreck.
Oh, give me the options. I got a player in mind, but I probably screwed that up.
Here we are. Edmundo Sosa, Paul DeYoung, Lane Thomas.
Paul DeYoung. Final answer.
What a match.
Mm-hmm.
What a game.
Sure was.
Oof. Almost struggling to keep score here, Dan.
I did if you need help. Should we start answering some questions here?
Let's do so, because last time around it didn't go so well in that department.
It's going to come down to number 4. It sounds like.
Oh, balls.
Which Cardinals pitcher finished the 2012 season with a 16-3 record and an .842 win-loss percentage? The Cardinals' record for best winning percentage for a pitcher in a single season. You both had options. John went with C. Jay went with C. Both were correct. Kyle Loesch.
Right on, John. We got one right.
Yes, sir.
Number 2, the Cardinals retired what number in 1975 for the great Bob Gibson? 0 hesitation from either of you. That would be number 45 and no options needed.
Both got it right.
All right.
Question 3. Who was the only Cardinal in team history to throw multiple no-hitters with the team? Both took about 2 seconds. Both guessed without the options. Both guessed Bob Forsch. Correct.
Right on.
And last but not least,
now it comes down to this.
This one is
I don't
for
feel good about this at all. Not great.
All of the proverbial marbles. Number 4 in 2019, not that long ago, the Cardinal to strike a home run in his first major league at-bat. Options were required for both contestants. So our options were Edmundo Sosa, Paul DeYoung, and Lane Thomas. After a little bit of fluctuation, or let's just say deliberation, John, you went with none other than Lane Thomas. Jay,
yes, sir.
You too decided to go with the options. You didn't go with Lane Thomas, but rather the more familiar name, or long-standing name, I guess, in this area, of none other than Mr. DeYoung, correct?
Correct.
So, without any further ado, the suspense has mounted, and we do indeed have a winner.
You have chosen wisely.
I lost.
John, congratulations. What a gauntlet on this afternoon.
Way to go, John. Way to go.
Thank you, sir.
I think I would have gotten question 4 wrong as well. I would have guessed Paul DeYoung. And then if I was thinking you guys were trying to trick us, I would have gone Mark Worrell. Do you remember the reliever, Mark Worrell?
Yep.
He hit a home run, and I was thinking it was before DeYoung, but I was like, nah, these are kind of easy. You got Forsch with the 2 no-hitters. You got Gibby, 45. I did know Kyle Loesch, but I was thinking, they're going to try to trick me with this and go Mark Worrell. But, you know, Paul DeYoung did homer in his first at-bat. It was in 2017, and Thomas was 2019.
If I think about that, because DeYoung is more than a 4-year player.
Right.
So, yeah, that's what I was, yeah.
So DeYoung did it in his first at-bat. They called him up from Memphis. It was a day game, a blowout in Colorado, and hit a home run against the closer that eventually he had great years in Kansas City and an awful year in St. Louis. Oh, who was that? Signed him right before the beginning of the year.
Oh, I know. The right-hander.
Yeah, he was part of that great bullpen that they had in Kansas City. Anyway, whatever. So it did not go your way, Jay.
Hey, John, just think if you'd have taken on Danny Mack, I think it would have gone the other way.
No,
man.
you would have won. Me. I would have gone Mark Morrell. I would have lost.
He wasn't one of the guys.
Well, John, have a great holiday weekend, and thanks for playing. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
You got it,
Thanks,
John,
guys.
the winner of the Gauntlet today. Nice showing, though, Jay. Very well done.
Hey, I got a couple right.
You got 3 right.
Yeah.
You got 3 right. And I understand where you were going. Greg Holland, by the way, thank you for the help on the text line, the 217.
God, he couldn't play dead for us, could he?
Well, they signed him late, and
he was a holdout, wasn't he?
Yeah, most in the organization wanted him to go and have an extended spring of like 7 to 10 days. Just go ahead and get some games. And we opened up in New York that year, and he was awful.
Yeah.
He just never could catch up, and it was just a terrible year. Never had command.
He have a deadly changeup?
Yes.
He threw that changeup, and guys took it at BP. They were crushing it.
He never had command.
Yeah.
And that was the problem with that. Anyway. It is 4:25 here in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. And that's the Gauntlet on 101.
We get to do the Gauntlet again?
Yeah, that's the Gauntlet on 101 ESPN.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
I'm Jim Onder. When you've been injured, you only get one chance in court. One chance to protect your family and future. You need the firepower to do it right the first time. At Underlaw, we understand what's on the line, that the outcome of your case can impact your life for years to come. If you're facing a legal battle, don't leave your future to chance.
Onder Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Call 314 or 618-900,000 to learn more.
Clean out those closets and cabinets. Take your donations to Goodwill during the month of September, and you'll get a coupon for an original Lion's Choice roast beef sandwich, courtesy of Lion's Choice. Give hope, give local, give Goodwill. Hurry, supplies are limited. Get details at mersgoodwill.org.
Tuesdays with Wayno every week on the opening drive.
Cardinals kick off September versus the Buccos. Good afternoon. I'm Bradford Bruns, and this SportsCenter update is brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Tommy Edman and the Redbirds swing back into action tonight at Busch Stadium. Pittsburgh is in town for the opener of a 3-game set with first pitch scheduled for 7:15. Edman returns to the top of the order following heroics galore in the San Diego series. He is followed by Paul Goldschmidt, Nolan Gorman, and Nolan Arenado. Wilson Contreras catching and hitting in the number 5 spot. College football, Illinois begins its season tomorrow by hosting Toledo Thursday evening, featured Mizzou downing South Dakota 35-10. This SportsCenter update was brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Fast Lane on 101 ESPN. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. It is 4:30 here in St. Louis, and if you're listening and maybe just tuned in, you're like, wait a minute, that's not Anthony. No, I'm Danny Mack, Dan McLaughlin, filling in for Jamie Rivers. And you're saying, okay, where's Anthony? Anthony had a fender bender on the way into work. Everything is okay. He's cool. Nobody hurt. Everything's good. So Jay Delsing, and this is a plug, by the way, the best golf show in St. Louis is 8 to 10 every Sunday morning right here on 101 ESPN with Jay Delsing. And this weekend it'll feature Jerry Haas and also Steve Spratt from the Ascension Charity Classic. Bradford is filling in for Marshy. He's got the weekend off, so or the Friday off for the long extended weekend. So away we go. It is the Fast Lane. And Jay, I wanted to get into this because I think it's important that we do touch upon it, and that is what you do for a living, which is you're a professional golfer. You've been doing it for so many years, nearly 30 years on the PGA Tour. You grew up in North County. You're a St. Louis guy. You grew up at Norwood Hills in the bag room. You were a caddy, and you'll be teeing it up next week for the Ascension Charity Classic, which is just remarkable to have a hometown game for you here in St. Louis.
It is, Danny. It freaks me out. It's so cool. I got my kids coming back. I got my 2 grandkids coming in. You're going to be around. Pearlie's going to be caddying for me, my longtime buddy from UCLA days, and started doing the show with me years ago. So and then the other thing that's we don't want to overlook at all, Danny. It's so important is that we're raising millions of dollars for this North County area that really needs it. It's where I grew up. It's taken a lot of hits, man. It's just taken a lot of hits, and the Ascension Charity Classic does so much for that area. You also got Darty Business Solutions, which sponsors our golf show. They also are a presenting sponsor, along with Emerson, along with Worldwide Tech. St. Louis, man, just shows up from a corporate standpoint. Danny, here's one thing that's cool that we talked about the other day. We're going to have more spectators on Sunday at the Ascension Charity Classic than we're at the U.S. Open this year at LA Country Club.
And people hear that and they say, how in the hell does that happen?
I know, it's crazy. So, guys, what happened is the USGA limited the ticket sales, and of the limited number, I think they kept the number down to 25,000. The Los Angeles Country Club members and their extreme wealth purchased a lot of those tickets because they didn't want this a bunch of crazy crowds out there, which I think sucks for the average golf fan.
For sure. I think
totally sucks.
Well, you think about, like, when you watch the Phoenix Open and you see that par 3, which, by the way, you've had a hole-in-one on, and people were dumping beer and everything else on you and going
just
crazy.
Like growing up, man.
Yeah, it's like a frat house.
It was so much fun, except the beer out there was cold. The beer we used to be in was really warm when we were kids.
You're getting doused by everything, and people are going nuts. That's Happy Gilmore, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's bringing in your somewhat average fan that's watching on a Saturday or a Sunday, and all of a sudden they see that and they're like, man, that's pretty cool.
But Danny, why do so many people like John Daly? I mean, it's just more of the way guys are guys, It's like, yeah, the guy's got a dart, and he's going to have a couple of, we've got a couple of cold ones and some man sodas, as our buddy Chris Duncan used to say. And it's just more of who we are. So, the quiet is always, I'll be honest, the quiet has always bugged me at golf. It's like, just let the fans go. And just let them go.
The Ascension allows that, too. I mean, you're up close. For folks that haven't been to a PGA Tour Champions event, when you show up, it's not like you're trying to go see Tiger Woods at Belle Reve a few years ago where it's 25 people deep. I mean, you're on the ropes, man. You're right there next to Longer and Daly and Jay Delsing and the others that are coming through. These are the biggest names in golf, so it's really cool.
And the one thing that Norwood has over Belle Reve, Danny, is the room. Belle Reve is just on a bigger property. It's 36 holes. There's almost just about over 400 acres over at Norwood that Belle Reve doesn't have. Now, we're not going to have those kind of numbers like they had at the PGA Championship in 18. But to your point, you're going to get an opportunity where you'll be standing right next to Bernhard Langer, man. And this is a guy that's won the all-time number of Champions events that he broke Hal Irwin's record this year. Or Ernie Els, the Big Easy. He's a great guy. And the guys are pretty chill, Danny. They're pretty chill. And it's it just checks all my boxes. I don't know. I don't want to gush too much about it, but it really does. It's a dream come true for me, and I'll be the most nervous I've ever been in my life was hitting the first shot 2 years ago, and I'll be nervous as hell, starting next Friday, and I can't wait. I actually love that feeling. I love that adrenaline that runs through your body. It makes you kind of want to puke a little bit, and it just means you're alive, and this is important. It means something to you, and let's go. Let's see what happens.
And on the Champions Tour, you get to use a cart. So that's something that should be pointed out. You'll see guys in carts, not just walking the 18.
I'm going to be one of them for at least half the day because I've got a bum hip. But, I mean, it's not like the show, Danny. This is not the big leagues, but it's going to be the names you've recognized. Guys, you've got World Golf Hall of Famers out there. We're going to do a little thing with Colin Montgomery over at the Racket Club on Wednesday for I Promise, where here's a World Golf Hall of Famer. He's won the Order of Merit on the European Tour 8 times, and he's going to be playing. And there's a lot of guys you can follow that'll show you some things.
It's really interesting. We get a text question here: is Norwood where the 1904 Olympics were played? Now that was at Glen Echo, and then but the Norwood has had the PGA Tour history.
Yeah,
big history.
Absolutely. The 48 PGA Championship was played at Norwood Hills. So, Danny, there's 4 golf courses in town that have held major championships. You've got Belle Reve, clearly. Then you've got St. Louis Country Club was the 47 U.S. Open, where Sam Snead and Lou Worsham were in a playoff. Sam Snead, by the way, never won the U.S. Open, lost in a playoff. They're making a double bogey on the 18th hole at St. Louis Country Club, only to lose in a playoff to Worsham. And then you've had the Ryder Cup at Old O'Dub at Old Warson, and then you had a 1948 PGA Championship at Norwood that Ben Hogan won. And so those are the only 4 courses in town that have ever held a major championship. But St. Louis also had a St. Louis Classic, Denny, in the early 70s. And we had Lee Trevino on our golf show, and he won the championship, I think, in 71.
I think that's right,
I think he won in 71 at Norwood Hills.
We had a question, too. Why doesn't St. Louis have a normal tour stop? It's a really good question. Yeah. And Belle Reve will have the 26 BMW, and the President's Cup is coming in 2030. Yep. So those are 2 major events.
How do we stay alive for that long, Danny? You're not in jeopardy nearly as much as I am.
You'll be here. You'll be upright and taking people around, baby.
I can't wait. I mean, I hope that. So the real reason, guys, is a venue. And as much as we love Belle Reve, it's a big ask for a club to give up their golf course, give up their facilities, and then for an entire week's time, and it's really 2 weeks' time when it comes from the front and the back end of all of the construction, the sky boxes, the hospitality. Guys, when you go to Norwood this week, you're not going to believe the build-out. It looks like a regular PGA Tour event. And then the other thing is you got to have a title sponsor. And on the PGA Tour anymore, if you're following all this crazy live stuff and everything, a title sponsor commitment on the PGA Tour, Danny, can spread upwards of $10 million a year. It's a big financial commitment.
The course, by the way, at Norwood, in excellent shape.
Ridiculous.
Yeah. Is it as good as you've ever seen it?
I think so. I mean, you and I were driving the other day, and we stopped with Mike Null, who's a great guy and the superintendent there for over 25 years. Roger Null, big name in town. That's his nephew. And I said to him, Mike, I think the course is in the best shape it's ever been in. And he was kind of blushing. And he's like, well, and I'm like, seriously? And how pure were the greens? Oh,
they were too fast for me. I know that.
Same.
They were too fast for me. They were rolling, man. Yeah. It's been interesting where Tiger is, 2.5 years away from turning 50. And for folks that don't know, to be on the Champions Tour, you got to turn 50 and then you can play. There's been so many people that have said, if you really, really want to get huge, massive money into the game on the PGA Tour Champions, get Tiger in right now. He's not necessarily wanted to do that. No, so there's been a rumor, Danny, we might as well just talk about it because it's been all over the place, that the PGA Tour went to Tiger and said, look, if you'll play the Champions Tour, we're going to lower the age to 48 and we'll make some concessions to get you out there. Because, so the thinking is this. His regular tour days are all but over. This last surgery, just had his left ankle fused. This traffic accident and car accident basically just destroyed the lower half of his body, and he could barely walk. But like you said, he can ride a cart, and Tiger said, I'll do it if you knock this down to like 48 players in the field. And the tour balked at that, and I'm not sure why Tiger would say that. I'm not even sure that happened. I wonder, too, though, if he balked also at the idea that if he's going to do this at the age of 50, he's going to set every record and wants it to be on the same playing field as everybody else. When they turn 50, they played. I turn 50, I play, and I go win 100 events.
You're 100%. Danny, this isn't the only thing that drives this guy. The money, the live money, he never considered it. I promise you, he never considered it.
I would have.
What is it? They lost my number. I text my number to Norman a lot. He sure still didn't call me.
I get it.
But the bottom line is, Tiger cares about the records. It doesn't hurt when you got a bank account like his anyway already, D. He's got lots of zeros behind his cash back over there. If I had his cash, I'd throw mine and your cash away. It's just stupid.
It'd be stupid, too, to think about how much money, though, he would bring into the Tour Champions event. So you may not have the crowds that you had like at Belle Reve, which was record-setting, and it was incredible. But you're going to have so much money and so much interest now in that tour because he is the needle for golf.
He is the needle. Forget about moving the needle. He's 100% the needle, and you're right. You'd have to quadruple everything, Danny. First of all, your corporate sales would blow out. Who's not going to want to be part of that? Then your ticket sales. How about security? What are you going to do with security?
Sure.
It's going to be
But you'll have so many sponsors that come in. That's what's cool about it.
I totally agree.
The money and the purses will grow.
It's another game changer. Danny, we talk about this all the time. What he did for golf, it's the same thing that Wayne Gretzky did for hockey. When Gretzky got sold from Edmonton to L.A., it was right when I was in college out at UCLA. And all of a sudden, all the Gretzky and his salary and the spike, it rose everybody's water level in the NHL. It was amazing, and you just don't get players that come along that often, like a Tiger or like a Wayne Gretzky.
Okay, I'm not supposed to be biased in sports. I played down the middle. I'm very biased on this one. I want to see you win. I want to see you have a great tournament. And your game is ready to go.
It is. We got to make some putts. We got to deal with the nerves, which is going to be fun, but I appreciate it. I'm certainly prepared. I know the golf course. We just got to see if I can pull my head out of my butt and see what happens.
What kind of crowds are you hearing for next week? Tickets and whatnot.
The ticket sales are great. Yeah. I hear the ticket sales. So typically speaking, folks, at a regular PGA Tour Champions event, you're going to get 5,000 spectators on a Friday, maybe 10,000 on a Saturday, maybe the same on a Sunday. We're going to have probably 25,000 on Sunday alone.
Really?
Yeah, we're gonna have a lot of people. The sales, the ticket numbers from what I hear are great. We've got this thing called the Marcone viewing deck for the military folks. Ascension Charity Classic.com. Any of you military men and women, we so appreciate your service. The police and firefighters, the backstoppers, any of you folks, you get complimentary tickets. We got a customized viewing deck. It's all compliments of Marcone. There's going to be refreshments. You're going to be able to check all the action out on 18. Go to AscensionCharityClassic.com and sign up. You bring your families. You're not limited to these tickets. We just ask you to come and enjoy, and we appreciate your help and service.
Jay Delsing filling in for Anthony Stalter. I'm Dan McLaughlin. Bradford filling in for Marshy. I'm filling in for Jamie Rivers. This is the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN, and we'll take a look at Mizzou when we come back.
He's a great player. players make plays. It's not real complicated, so get the ball to your best players and they make plays. I thought on his touchdown, all the credit in the world really goes to Connor Tollison. There's a Mike linebacker bearing down on him, and Lou, we've repped this and repped it and constantly harped on Connor needing to be really flat so he can make that block, and we're always on Luther. You got to trust that he's going to get there for you, and it showed up. Practice execution equaled game day reality right there.
So Mizzou wins their opener last night at Faroe Field. And with Jay Delsing, I'm Dan McLaughlin. Bradford Bruns is with us as well. 35-10 over South Dakota State. Eli Drinkwitz on Luther Burden's game. Luther Burden, by the way, 7 catches, 96 yards. They're trying to get him the ball in any way they possibly could. I can't think of a kid, and I know that there's plenty of responses that'll come along the text line, but let's say in the last 5-10 years where not only was he as highly recruited as he is and has been, but then so much of the offense was going around him. It is around him. Brady Cook played well, and to me, he's the clear-cut number one. It was only 5 passing attempts for Sam Horn. So now it's the focal point is Luther Burden, and I can't think of anybody, Jay, that comes to mind that's been recruited like this and then becomes the focal point immediately like this.
Jeremy Macklin comes to mind,
yep.
but that
wasn't the number one recruit in the country.
You're absolutely right. This guy's a game changer. This guy's going to be playing on Sunday, Danny. And he is. It's just a question of how long does he stay at Mizzou?
NIL money can help.
Yeah, it does. It does. You could live the college life and make some coin. Why wouldn't you?
They're doing that in golf too.
Can we go back to? Do we have any?
They wouldn't have paid me. I would have had to pay them. But you would have.
You were a hell of a shortstop. What are you talking about?
It doesn't matter. I was an awful player. You were a 2-time All-American.
You're crazy.
But it is amazing how the NIL money, and now you think about with Burden, you think about what's coming up with Wingo at St. Louis University High School. He's a top recruit out there. Is at the state of Missouri now with the new law that's passed and trying to keep these kids in state. Guys like Luther Burden, if they stay, and that's the point, can change this thing fairly quickly. Not that it needs a complete overhaul, but you got to get players. It's about the Jimmies and the Joes, not the X's and the O's.
100%, Danny. And the more you're able to stay local, the more you're going to have the support of the marginal football fan, right? He's going to be able to relate to that so much more. You let Luther Burden go to Ohio State or wherever the other cool places he wanted to go, and that's going to piss people off.
Dorial Green Beckham, remember him?
Yeah, oh yeah.
That was another one that I was thinking about that could have been one of those.
We couldn't keep him on the field.
Couldn't keep him on the field, had off-the-field issues. He had some injuries along the way, too.
Yep.
I guess, though, for me, the biggest thing coming out of last night's game was what the question was going into last night's game, and that was the QBs. And Eli Drinkwitz talked about where that competition stands right now.
I've kind of told everybody that I've got no preconceived ideas going into it and that I'm going to let the play speak for itself. So I'm going to go back and evaluate the tape. Obviously, the blink assessment would be that, Brady played a more consistent first half. Sam's interception, the ball bounces off the receiver's chest and bounces up in the air. Maybe it was behind him. Maybe it could have been a better throw, but can't tip the ball up there in that situation. That makes it a little bit worse. But, we'll go back and evaluate the tape. I'm not going to make a rush judgment there on that decision. But I did think Brady was very efficient. And Sam had his moments, too. That was a nice touchdown drive at the end of the game right there and converted a big 3rd and long with that little screen pass to Luther. Good call right there by Kirby.
Bottom line is, though, look who played the most. Look who put up the points. And that, to me, is all. He didn't have to say it. He showed it by who he played last night.
What are you going to see in the tape that you don't already know, Danny?
Pretty much. And Cook is coming off an injury a little bit, so I do want to see more execution on his deep ball. He needs to be a little bit more precise with that. But it comes down to who's getting the snaps. You were there last night.
Yeah, and I think it's honestly a legitimate question, Dan and Jay, as to whether in Cook's arsenal, you will actually see that deep ball with any sort of regularity. Even last year, granted, he suffered that torn labrum against Kansas State extremely early in the schedule, but this offense, at least with Brady Cook at the helm, it's predicated on timing. It's predicated on being able to really do a lot in the short game and get somebody like Luther Burden in space. If you can isolate him, last night tried to utilize him on a couple of jet sweeps and then on some nice seam routes as well. So it was good to see Burden getting down the field, but I just don't think with any degree of regularity, whether you're talking about Eli Drinkwitz calling the plays or relinquishing those duties this year to Kirby Moore, that's not something that Mizzou is going to be able to do week in and week out in the SEC.
No doubt.
So many fans are enthused with the idea. We haven't seen it in game action, but the idea of this former top 100 player in high school in the nation in Sam Horn being able to unleash the game vertically, but we haven't seen that. And right now, if the better game manager, for lack of a better term, is Brady Cook, he commands your offense and he is able to also kind of facilitate that balance in the ground game. That's an underrated aspect that we saw last night. Not only Corey Schrader, but Nathaniel Pete last year down the stretch, guys, they were very, very stout on the ground. And if there was one area for this team over the summer, early in fall camp, that Drinkwitz pointed to and said, we must get better as a group, as a program, it was the offensive line. And I understand last night the opponent, yes, the Coyotes from South Dakota State, but you have to start somewhere, and you do so by winning the line of scrimmage in the running game. That was important.
You also, though, look at the first half, to me, is when that's the portion of the game that's competitive. And who's playing?
No question.
It's Cook.
No question. And I mean, Danny, what is in the NFL, regardless of any football that you watch, what supports, other than the offensive line, as Bradford said, but what supports a great passing game? If you can run the ball just a little bit and keep those linebackers honest, you're gonna open up some lanes for your quarterback.
I just don't know how much you can look into a game if you're trying to be competitive and beyond competitive in the SEC. What you really take away from last night, the only thing I look at is that when the game mattered the most, when it was more competitive, which was the first half of play, and I think halftime, 28-3, does that sound right?
Yeah, Cook got them out to that 25-point lead.
The guy that's taking the snaps is Cook.
Absolutely.
So to me, there is no QB battle at this point.
And I think Coach Drink can say what he wants, but I think he's got a much better idea in the back of his head than he's letting anything
for sure.
on. I mean, there's no way.
Little double talk going there.
Absolutely. Keep everybody interested. I don't care what you write. You can write whatever. What did he say, Bradford? I don't care. You can write whatever you want. It makes no difference. It's because we're watching.
And
exactly.
We know what we're watching, man.
He even admitted shortly after 11 p.m. in Missouri that Cook indeed had the leg up. So it is a bit of, I don't want to say a charade here, but it is a form of presentation. And if there has been one thing at which Eli Drinkwitz has been pretty adept in his first 3 seasons on the job in Columbia, he certainly is able to engage the fans, engage the media members in that sort of conversation. But now when push comes to shove, the results on the field, yes, Cook is getting the regular reps and the series at this moment. And as long as you're seeing, I think, more and more momentum being garnered, being generated by this offense, Dan, next week you're not going to learn a lot once again against Middle Tennessee State.
No.
But you're going to learn a heck of a lot come the following Saturday versus K-State.
K-State, which was a disaster last year for Mizzou.
Absolutely.
Jay Delsing, Dan McLaughlin, Bradford was at the game last night. This is the Fast Lane. Again, you may be just tuning in and wondering what's going on here. I'm filling in for Jamie. Jay is filling in for Anthony Stalter. Had a fender bender on the way here. He's fine. No physical issues. He is on potentially on the IL. We're not sure. We don't think we're going to put him on the 10-day IL. We think he's going to be just fine through the weekend. I'm being facetious here. He's fine. And so we've got more coming up. An hour to go on the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN.
on in the world of sports? The Fast Lane has you covered with what's trending now.
Brought to you by Goodwill. Donate to Goodwill and get a Lion's Choice sandwich coupon.
It is time for what's trending now on the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN, just past the top of the 5 o'clock hour. Filling in for the indelible Andrew Marsh, I am Bradford Bruns. We have Dan McLaughlin as well as Jay Delsing in place today. Yes, there you go.
Some words, man. Check, Danny. What does that mean?
Indelible.
The English professors, they always warned me about those $10 words. Well, look at me now. Here
I'm telling you, you're all over it.
What is trending now? Well, the Cardinals and Pirates will get underway at Busch Stadium in just over 2 hours. This is the first game of September, obviously.
I might do an extended what's trending here.
I'm on it.
Okay.
We are ready for it.
I'm going to give you a heads up.
I think that people demand as much.
Thank you.
We'll see who exactly is demanding another quality start from Dakota Hudson this evening. Now, last time out, last weekend, he hit a bit of a bump in the road against the Phillies, surrendered 5 earned runs in 5+ innings. Prior to that stint, though, guys, very, very effective for a nice 3-4 game stretch. Tonight, he is going up against Mitch Keller, who was named as a National League All-Star representative for the Pirates. But as much as we look at the head-to-head matchup there on the mound, I would venture to say that some of the other roster developments really making more of the waves downtown this afternoon. You have Lars Nootbaar being activated off of the IL. He is plugged right back in to the lineup at the very top of the lineup against the right-handed pitcher. And interesting of note, too, Ryan Helsley. How many times have we referenced Ryan Helsley, last year's All-Star closer, the bumps in the road as far as his progress during various rehab
What's trending?
What's trending? Ryan Helsley. He's back in the mix. Your thoughts?
All right. Well, I want to go back to Dakota Hudson for a moment.
Yeah.
There's a few things that I watch with him that you have to me, I can understand why he's gone away from it, and now he's going back to it. But his velocity is down by about 2 miles per hour from where it was in 2019, where he was really good. It was 93 miles per hour, roughly. He's at like 91 right now. One, his fastball usage. He's starting to use it a little bit more. He can't pick. If he picks with his fastball, he gets into problems. That is just clear with me in watching him. Utilize a fastball, utilize a sinker. But the other thing that's gotten more play out of him is his slider. And so what I'll be watching tonight is, number one, throwing fastballs for strikes and not picking, but also the slider. It's more effective. He's throwing it the most he's thrown it in his career, about 33% of the time, Jay. And if you can at least offset some of these hitters with a slider and show it for effect, and also get some swings and misses, there's no reason why he can't have success at the major league level. There's not. I firmly believe that with him.
100%. And adding that slider just gives him that extra degree of trying to keep these professional hitters off balance. But Danny, my take on Dakota Hudson is start the ball in the middle of the plate and let it go. Wouldn't you say? Yeah. I mean, have you seen a ball that
moves like his? Not many.
Not that.
He's got the natural sink in the movement.
Not that many. So I mean, keep it out of the center of the plate. Very seldom do you ever see this guy throw anything straight. So yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see. Do you feel like, did he work on that slider, Danny, down in the minor leagues?
I think with a drop in velocity, he had to have another pitch that would be something to get hitters off balance.
Yeah.
And so they know he's going to throw a sinker, and he's going to throw it a ton because he gets so much movement and he can get ground balls. But he had to have another effective pitch. And I would say this. I would imagine, I don't know for a fact, that they said, hey, to get people off your sinker and off your fastball, you're going to have to show a slider a little bit more. And don't pick. Just don't pick.
And Danny,
you got to be effective with it.
It's not that uncommon for a guy to be in the league 4 or 5 years and have to go and kind of not reinvent himself, but to pick up that ancillary pitch, right? I mean, that happens all the time in baseball.
Velocity drops. You got to figure out something else to keep hitters off balance. Now, Bradford, to Ryan Helsley, something I've been thinking about is, where did the Cardinals need to improve? Okay, I could give you 10 different things right off the top of my head. One of the things, though, that you have to look at is bullpen as a whole. It's got to be much better, but the back end of their games. And the Cardinals' save percentage this year is 52.8%.
Where does that rank in baseball, Danny? That's
sixth worst.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Sixth worst, second from the bottom in the National League. So when you start thinking about when they lost games or how they lost games, think about the beginning of the season. They had games that were tight, 7th, 8th, or 9th, and had leads and then coughed them up. Some costly ones with Gallegos obviously comes to mind. He was used as a closer at times. Even Jordan Hicks had a rough stretch of games there where he struggled. But right now, they have the second worst save percentage in the National League and 6th worst in Major League Baseball. So, to your point, where's Ryan Helsley? Ryan Helsley has only made 22 appearances this year. How much from an organ, and I'm just throwing throw out the question to you guys, listeners, but to the organization is asking it themselves. They have to be. How much can we count on him next year? What does this mean, the final, whatever it is, 30, 31 games that they have left this season? When can we count on him? How much do we have to treat him with kid gloves here down the stretch? What do we want to see from him down the stretch coming off a forearm strain? Where's his velocity? Does that play into their thinking of what they need to do in this offseason to go get themselves an established closer, or is this a guy that you say I can count on going into next season? And those are questions that are, in my mind, legitimate starting tonight if and when he comes into a game. And I'm just a fan, right? I love the game, just a fan. But, Danny, my comfort level with Ryan Helsley, it's not good. It's not good. First of all, he's been hurt a lot. You look back at the playoff game last year against the Phillies, and you just wonder, Danny, if we win the first game against the Phillies, we win that series. The odds are overwhelming for the team that wins in those. Oh, sure. The best of three, and you win the first game. Yeah. You're overwhelming. You got to win. We're up 2-0 going into the ninth. That's always going to be debated as to whether or not you should have taken out Quintana, and at what point do you take out Helsley? Right, and that's where the thing that drives modern-day baseball, Danny, just drives me crazy, because I feel like the Whitey Herzogs of the guys that are the Buck Showalters, they have a gut sense and an eye, and they use the eye test a lot more than I feel like that we're doing here at Busch Stadium now. Going back to just a real quick moment here, Bradford, but the Cardinals' save percentage at 52.8% is the worst by a Cardinals team since 1969, and that's when saves were first recorded and being tracked. And the worst save percentage currently sits at 54.2% back in 1972. So when you start thinking about things that you have to address in this offseason, it's very easy to say, go get 3 starters, make sure you hedge your bets with your starting rotation. I agree with that. 100%, probably number one on my list. But number two, think about the back end of your games and think about what you're doing in the 7th, 8th, and 9th. I like the fact that you posed the longer-term question for 2024, and we can also learn, I think, a decent amount in the interim. Think about the degree to which Jojo Romero, Giovanni Gallegos, King even have been taxed in recent months. Right here in September, you're not expecting to see Helsley. He's not going to be tasked with going out there on back-to-back nights, seeing if he can actually go 3-4 times in the span of a week. However, getting a decent frame, and an authoritative one really at that, with the velo is going to be of paramount importance, and it preserves the other guys on whom you would like to lean next year, maybe in high leverage situations too. Well, that's what you try to find out if I'm the Cardinals down the stretch here, and that's why I don't go sign Giolito and some of the others that you could have gotten. And by the way, the Angels have just upped. It's unbelievable. It's a yard sale, Danny. It's a yard sale, and baseball probably needs to take a hard look at what happened with the Angels this year, because now you just took the Cleveland Indians, and even though they're not having a good year, but in that division, they're in the race, where 30 days ago they're giving up prospects to get these guys, and now they just get them on for the final month. Something needs to be looked at that. But to the greater point of what I was going to say is that the Cardinals need to figure out what they have with these young players, young pitchers. I'd rather just watch them, and if they fall on their face, they fall on their face. But at least I know where I think that they need to improve to get better, and I also know truly what the depth of my rotation of not just 1 through 5, but 1 through 8 may look like going forward. And Danny, it gives you a lot of indication on what to do this winter in terms, listen, they know they're going to have to go out and get people outside the organization. There's no question about that. There's no way we cannot. But, I mean, you're going to get to send kids to winter ball. You're going to get to send kids to the Arizona League. You're going to and give them some purposeful things
to work on. And, that's part of the process and the maturation for young players, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, when you look at the other sports, you get, you either get the developmental leagues or you get some of the minor leagues, and you got to try to figure this stuff out. But, I think this is a huge year for John Mozeliak. I think he's had an unbelievable legacy. He's absolutely spoiled the hell out of us. We've got Ballpark Village now with him. We've got you go down to
a lot of winning.
You got and Danny, not only a lot of winning, but a lot of positivity on the bottom line for the St. Louis Cardinals and the DeWitt family. He has done a lot of great stuff down there. But boy, I got to tell you what. This can, two of these in a row on your way out can tarnish your legacy.
Well, this is going to be a test. There's no question about it. I mean, it's a test on any way you want to look at it, but in particular with their pitching. What's trending continues. What do you got?
College football, a little more pigskin from Faroe Field. I'll try to shorten it up for you this time, I promise.
I'm just giving you trouble, Bradford.
No.
We're all just flying by the seat of our pants here today.
I don't necessarily know if we've had our fill of Mizzou conversation, perhaps on the quarterback end. So let's focus on the third phase, the classic third phase of the game, gentlemen.
Last night gets around a table and loves talking more about the third phase of what needs to happen than Jay and myself. Fire away.
There you go. Not to be overlooked last night amid some of the struggles in the second half, or at least alongside of some of those struggles, the special teams unit for Mizzou. Now, you have a senior kicker in Harrison Mevis, who really hasn't been the same since last season when he botched one attempt against Auburn. And not only did Harrison Mevis miss a pair of field goal tries last night, guys, but a big punt return by none other than Luther Burden was called back because of a penalty. So Eli Drinkwitz did have some things to say about that aspect of the contest as well.
Obviously, inside the 20, that's got to be a lock for a field goal with a guy who's got as much experience as Harrison. I don't know if it was all Harrison. I think the laces were not out, which, is on both holder and snapper too. So we got work there to get corrected. You got a true freshman and a new guy holding, so we got to get that cleaned up.
In a nutshell, I think we have a Ray Finkel situation.
Really?
Ace Ventura.
I know what you're saying.
Danny, what's interesting is these little chip shots remind me of short putts in golf. Because
you get the yips a little bit.
Yeah, you could get a little bit. Man, you get a little uncertain and weird stuff happens.
Well, it better not happen when you're playing Arkansas or you're playing K-State or you're playing other teams.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't care who it is in the
Kentucky,
SEC.
Yep.
It cannot happen. Against South Dakota, it doesn't get talked about as much, except on what's trending, because you broke down this game ad nauseum. You were all over it, man. You're down to the third phase of the game.
Boots on the ground in Como. That's how we do it on 101 ESPN.
I love that.
I love it. I'm with you, though. If they don't figure it out, then it's going to cost you a game. It's pretty simple. If you can't hit chip shots, you're not going to win. Period. End of story. And that'll drive a coach crazy. I did college football for so many years, and they spent so much time in practice on specifically special teams. And there's a reason why. It's points. I mean, it's a limited part of the game over the course of all the plays that are played and all the snaps. But if you don't execute, you lose.
There's not a more demoralizing feeling than running a drive all the way down the field, burning time off the clock, and then missing a chip shot. And I mean, it's those kickers, Danny, they need to have. We talk about this all the time. You got to have that selective memory, man. That short-term bad has got to go, and long-term good. You got to keep thinking positive thoughts, or else that ball's going to go sideways.
That's Jay Delsing. He's filling in for Anthony Stalter. I'm filling in, Dan McLaughlin, for Jamie Rivers, Bradford for Marshy. This is the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
I'm Jim Onder. When you use the rideshare service, you're putting your life in the hands of a stranger to get you safely where you need to go. But sometimes tragedies occur. And when they do, big companies like Uber and Lyft are often impossible to deal with on your own. We know how to hold these companies accountable. When you've been involved in a car crash or been a victim of assault, we're here to protect you.
Onder Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Call 314 or 618-900,000 to learn more.
Save big money on your next project with 11% off everything at Menards. Protect your cargo with our selection of hitches, ratchet straps, and everything in between. We've got what you need to get your cargo there safely. The TowSmart Tri-Ball Mount Trailer Hitch has 3 different hitch ball sizes and is just $24.99 after 11% rebate. Good through September 4th. Savings are a mail-in rebate. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Save big money at Menards.
Going on in the world of sports? The Fast Lane has you covered with what's trending now.
Brought to you by Goodwill. Donate to Goodwill and get a Lion's Choice sandwich coupon.
I take it. It's my turn.
I know I'm not.
So, Jay, you're not taking it? I take it.
You do not want me to drive the bus.
It's the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN, 519 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. Bradford filling in for Marshy. I'm filling in. Dan McLaughlin filling in for... you take your pick.
Who are you filling in for?
I was scheduled to fill in for Jamie. So I'm like the stalwart here. I was already penned. You didn't have to put pencil. That was penned.
Yeah.
That was Sharpied in.
Put that in Sharpie. Exactly. I was thinking the same thing.
And Jay got a call at about 1:35 and said, we have an emergency because Anthony Stalter was in a fender bender. Everything's fine. He's fine. He'll be back with you next week. But he's got to take care of that. So can we get Jay? I said, well, sure. Let me check.
Stalton's got to be pretty nervous that I might, come in and steal his chair here. I'm
Wally
sure
Pip.
He's at a hot.
Wally Pip, bro.
I'm sure he's really worried about this.
I'm telling you.
I was a little nervous that we were going to have a real-life version of the Spider-Man meme playing out here in the studio. I think we did, just pointing at one another. Who's taking it?
Sure.
Who's taking it for the cameras?
Well, if you're watching on YouTube, you get kind of that's a good segue right there to kind of promote the YouTube
because
site.
Of course you are.
Look at you go.
Or in the car.
Yeah.
Have you done this before, Danny?
What do you mean? Radio? It's been a while.
Yeah.
I'm all over the place. I was all over the place playing golf today. I was terrible.
Oh, boy.
It was tough. Anyway.
Let's talk about something else because I suck too.
What's trending?
This just in, well, from about an hour and change ago, per Jeff Passan of ESPN, Major League Baseball will maintain its pitch clock rules during the playoffs. Tony Clark and the union may not necessarily agree, but this would seem on the surface, gentlemen, to expedite the rate at which postseason games are also played.
Danny, what could the MLBPA possibly push back on that? Why?
So the intensity of the games, the quote-unquote extra concentration, if you will, I've heard that. I've heard that they're, trying to, for instance, like a reliever, okay, and you're coming in, and the reliever is throwing 102 like Ryan Helsley. He's max effort.
Yep.
So one of the ideas, a consequence of trying to cut down with the pitch clock was that not only would you speed up games, but you're hoping that it would improve the offense. Meaning that when a guy is throwing 102 and then takes 45 seconds to gather his breath and then gear up to throw another one at 102, that if he has limited time, then he's not throwing 102. He's throwing 99, let's say, or whatever.
Yeah.
So it's part of the competition now of the game. And I don't think that you can take that away. I don't like it. I say this with hockey, too. I don't like how it's officiated differently once you get to postseason play.
I agree.
What you have in regular season play. I understand that's how it's done, but I don't think, though, from the viewing experience or from trying to make this a better experience at home for those watching on television, that you want to have longer games. I think the pace of the play is much, much better in 2023.
I just think especially for the younger audiences, that per the metrics, we've been kind of losing some of those in baseball. The longer the game, the less chance you're going to keep those folks interested and around. They're just too slow.
Here's the other part, though, that I don't get, that if Major League Baseball really wants to get younger people involved, don't start the game at 9 o'clock Eastern.
What? Makes no sense.
And your team is in postseason play, and you're asking
sense.
Kids to stay up till midnight to watch a game.
No.
Ain't going to happen. They got school the next day.
Yeah, no way.
So, to me, I think you need to start games earlier and put them in prime time at 6 or even at 5. I got no problem with that. That's something to look at. They won't, but that's what I would do.
Final one from Major League Baseball. Up to the minute scores, gentlemen. The Cubs knock off the Reds in the first game of a twin bill today. It was 6-2, and now Chicago still owns that second wild card slot currently in the National League. Cody Bellinger, a resurgent season, that's putting it mildly, goes yard again today. Jordan Wicks took, I guess, a break from wreaking all kinds of havoc in those movies to go to 2-0 on the season with the Cubs. Now, another young arm at Chicago's disposal, and here we are on September the 1st, guys, and you have the Phillies in the driver's seat for that number 1 spot in the wild card positioning. I don't think that's a surprise to anyone out there with the firepower coming back from a season ago, but the Chicago Cubs, not classic sellers at the deadline, retained a couple of key members, maybe gambling a little bit going into the offseason, but this lineup is raking, and now you're receiving the pitching coming from the minor league sources too.
Yeah, they've been able to do that. Justin Steele has been really good. He's emerged as a number 1. And then the other thing is a resurgent Cody Bellinger. To me, that's the number 1 reason why they're in the position that they're in. If Acuna isn't Acuna this year, Bellinger, in my mind, is in conversation for the MVP. He's had a great year
as well. I agree with you, Danny.
By the way, Mookie Betts' August was unbelievable,
ridiculous. But Danny, what do the Cubs have to lose? They're not gonna get rid of Bellinger if they got a chance. He's on a 1-year deal, right?
1-year deal.
Yeah.
But at that point in time, I mean, you were kind of hovering around the 500 mark. You're like, well, are we in? Are we out? Let's hold on to him. We're in.
Yeah.
And it paid off. And to what Bradford's saying, that's like the age-old question. Are you in or are you out, right? When you get to the trade deadline and you can sit there and say, yeah, we may make a run, but what are we really going to do in postseason play? Bellinger probably could have gotten you a lot, but I think you also, it comes back to this, like you owe it to your fan base if you have a shot to get in. And once you're in, anything can happen. Now, do I think that they would win? No, but it'd be pretty cool as a Cubs fan to say, my team got in and we're playing playoff baseball. You never know.
I don't really care about the Cubs. I'll just throw that right
I know you don't
care even a little bit, but do you think Stroman comes back? Or do you think he opts out?
I think he's out.
I do too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He'll get a payday. He's had a solid year. Yeah.
Yeah.
And at the time, when the Cubs brought him in, they needed one established guy. He was the guy. He was actually the guy I was hoping the Cardinals were going to get.
Yeah.
And at the time, with the way that the defense was playing for the Cardinals, he's a ground ball pitcher when he's right. I thought he would have been a perfect fit for St. Louis.
And speaking of bringing in veterans over the offseason, you talk about Stroman obviously appeared a year ago. Bellinger has been that guy, somebody who has been able to post an OPS of almost 900 and has consistently been in there day in and day out. Dansby Swanson, another one of the big fish, hasn't even really contributed to the level. Now, he missed some time, granted, as well, but to the level I think that a lot of fans would have anticipated. They have cobbled it together. They have manufactured. They have figured out ways to be able to consistently score there at Wrigley Field and really now own, I think, one of the best underdog success stories, at least relative to preseason expectations in all of baseball.
We talked about Acuna earlier. By the way, the Braves have 253 home runs. It's a franchise record. They haven't even played yet here in September, and they have 5 players with 30 home runs already. And, the point is that we keep talking about small ball and doing this, doing that, doing the other. It's a game of power, man. And Acuna's had I brought it up because I think he's the MVP, but they've also hit with a pretty good average. As a team, they're hitting 276. I mean, that leads the league.
Well, what about their front office? I mean, don't you have to?
They did an unbelievable job.
They have done a job. What they did with Murphy and getting that catcher, and
you got to bring it up.
Yeah. I mean, it's impressive.
Olsen, when they got him, developed players, signed him long term. Harris,
about Danny, they lost Freddie Freeman.
Yeah,
he walked, and they right back. I mean, they've done a good job.
And there's no reason to think that they won't be there for a good stretch of seasons now in a row. I mean, this could be another run like they had when they had the big three of Glavine, Maddox, and Smoltz.
D'Arnaud can be used as a rotational piece. What a luxury.
Yeah, they're loaded, man. That's the Atlanta Braves. They are loaded, and they're the team to beat, I think, in all of baseball, undoubtedly. That wraps up What's Trending. We're at 5:27.
What time is it, Danny?
5:27. We go to 6.
Okay.
Actually, the off time, according to Mike Ryder, is 5:58 on the dot.
Oh, so we can't be long there.
Can't be long there. You'll mess everything up. This is 101 ESPN.
I'm home. Where is everyone? Max, why is your head in the freezer?
Because it's so hot out.
Okay, where's your sister?
In here, Mom.
What are you doing in a bathing suit in the bathtub? We have a pool.
Yeah, but our pool is hot. This is an ice bath.
All right, where's your father?
He went to the store to stand in the frozen food section.
Oh.
Air Alliance team, getting the job done quickly, correctly, 100% of the time. AirAllianceTeam.com.
Burden bolsters MU in opener. Good afternoon. I'm Bradford Bruns, and this SportsCenter update is brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. St. Louis's own Luther Burden started his sophomore season with a sterling performance, 96 yards and a late touchdown as the Tigers ran past South Dakota State last night, 35-10. His quarterback, one of them at least, Brady Cook, feels that connection strengthening.
Chemistry. We've thrown so many more routes together and practiced, and it's been a big emphasis. I know you guys know this. We're trying to attack downfield more. It's a big emphasis for him, big emphasis for me, and we were just on the same page a few times tonight, which was nice.
Elsewhere, another SEC mainstay fell. Florida goes down at Utah 24-11. Baseball this evening, the Cardinals and Pirates battle at 7:15. Lars Nootbaar returning to the top of the lineup. He is off the IL, as is the reliever Ryan Helsley. This SportsCenter update is brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard home and air conditioning dealer. Bradford Bruns, Dan McLaughlin, and Jay Delsing back with you on the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN. Guys, it is time for our biggest question of the day, and that question pertains to the St. Louis Cardinals and exactly what is the most important aspect of this team to monitor as we officially begin September this evening versus the Pirates. Dan, early on, you talked about the excitement factor relating to Mason Wynn, Jordan Walker, the youngsters, pitching, a lot of questions to unveil, a lot of questions to get to going into next season. But what's the number one thing, guys, for which you're watching?
Jaybird, fire away.
Oh man, I want to see I want to see the energy and the speed and power of Walker and Wynn playing together. You know, I think they're really good buddies. They've been down at Memphis for what, Danny?
About a year or something, half a year,
yeah, something like that. And Mason Wynn's just got a can. Both of these guys have cannons.
I think that's the easy one for me, too, is to look at Wynn and Walker to see how they finish. They haven't played this deep into a season, which is something to keep an eye on because minor league seasons wrap up a little bit earlier. For me, just to take another side view of this or a different look at it would be the starting pitching.
That's what I was going to say, too.
If you haven't gone out and gotten the guys that were there with the waiver claims, then that means you're going with Hudson, who goes tonight. You're going to see more of Zach Thompson. You're going to see Rom. I want to see these guys, and the Cardinals are coming off a month of August in which they had a 5.67 ERA, worst in any month after the break since 1933. So
we are setting a lot of first, Danny, this year.
It's been a tough year. So I want to see those guys. I want to see what they have because you need to figure out what you have depth-wise going into next year. The other part I would like to see is, can they play spoiler? So their strength of schedule, if you want to say, does this game mean anything? Well, yeah, there are some meaningful games that they'll play in. Maybe not for them as much as for the teams that they're going to be playing, but they've got Atlanta, who will have it wrapped up by the time they see them. But Cincinnati, they can play spoiler with them. Baltimore, game and a half up in the East, they play them. Phillies, currently 4.5 up in the wild card race, could make it interesting. You got Milwaukee, 3 games up in the Central. So I want to see how they do against these competitive teams. They've got 22 games left against teams that are 500 or better, so they have a chance to play spoiler here down the stretch.
Danny, I got a question for you. I love your opinion on this. Of our pitchers, our young pitchers that have an opportunity to break through and get in.
Zach Thompson.
Okay, me too.
I've always liked him.
I was really disappointed when he went to the bullpen and was really effective at the beginning part of the year. I thought, okay, well, this kid's got, and then we sent him down, to stretch him out to come be a starter again. And I think he's got a great curveball and a really live arm. I think he needs to learn how to pitch a little bit, but I'm excited. I think he can What do you think the ceiling is for somebody like Zach Thompson?
I think you have to give him a full year in rotation to see
it's hard to know
what it looks like.
Yeah.
And the fact that for the better part of this season, he's been building back up to be a starter.
Yeah.
So it's not a true gauge in my mind of what he could do if he comes out of spring training, spends an offseason building up as a starter, and then to see what he does on opening day and plays 162. And then at that point, make an evaluation, and it's a learning experience for him. I love his breaking ball. He's got a good fastball, 95 to 96. I've always liked him. I know the numbers in the minor leagues were awful, and they were awful. Walks were high, strikeouts weren't there, swing and miss wasn't there. But, Jay, you've played professional sports at a high level for a long time and still do it. If they told you, by the way, we want you to do this, but you're going to have to do that, and you're going to get sent down to the minors to go do it, I think it's just natural. He's a top pick that there's a letdown there, and your focus maybe isn't where it needs to be. Doesn't make it right, but maybe that's one of the issues that he had when he went back down.
Danny, we talk about this all the time. These guys are human beings. And as much as you want to be a machine, as much as you want to go, no, this is my job, I don't give a damn. It's still your job.
Yeah.
You still care.
There's no excuses. You got to do it.
Nobody wants to be working on anything in Memphis when they could be doing up here in St. Louis.
Checks are different. Lifestyle's different.
Yeah.
Games are different. Mean something more than what you're getting down in Memphis.
And as these kids, no matter what their age are, they never, they want to be big leaguers. They're not hoping to be AAA players.
That's right.
They want to be big leaguers.
And it was interesting for him because of what the path that he took this year, like you were saying, beginning with the big league club. Okay, I made the team. I'm coming out. I've got a role. Whoa, what's going on? Why am I getting sent down to get stretched out? And I think there's a letdown with that. And sometimes with that letdown initially, it can snowball. And I do wonder if that maybe happened with him. It snowballed in a bad way where sometimes it goes the right way for you. And I wonder if that's what happened with Zach Thompson in that regard.
Danny, think about confidence in sports. We've seen it, and we see it all the time in golf where you see a top player like Justin Thomas fall off the planet. And Danny, or say Ricky Fowler's an even better example. He gets married, he starts having different life things happen to him. In his game, he falls off into top 500 in the world instead of a perennial top 15 guy. Things happen and it affects you, and sometimes you don't ever come back.
Yeah, and I don't think that would be the case with Zach Thompson. And he's shown glimpses and stretches of games this year where you're like, oh, that'll play. This is pretty good. Now it's a matter of just putting it together to be consistent. And that a lot of times is the difference between a AAA guy and a major leaguer is, can you put it together consistently? And that's one of the questions was by Bradford. What are you looking forward to? I want to see consistency in his last whatever he gets, 4 starts, 5 starts, whatever the case may be.
Danny, when you're talking about consistency for a guy with that much talent, right? We know he's got his top pick. He's got his live arm, a great curveball. One of the things I worked on all the time on the PGA Tour was trying to get my mechanics right, meaning my proprioception. Where is my body in space? And, Adam Wainwright talks about this all the time. I'm watching film, and I figured out what I wasn't doing right in my wind-up or in some of my setup or something like that. These guys spend hours on that stuff. Is that, in your opinion, a really big piece to the consistency?
Yeah, I think getting in routines. Like being in a routine in the major leagues. Okay, you pitch. What's your other 4 to 5 days look like leading to your next time out? I also think having a guy like Waino in the dugout, leaning on him, leaning on other veterans, if you're Zach Thompson, is important. It's those starters, man, they're kind of attached at the hip, going through grips and what would you do in this spot? Here's how I approach this guy. This is why I do this in between starts. Those things are important. So all of it, I think, matters as you look at a guy like Zach Thompson.
Back. Stay fair! Stay fair!
Go foul!
I don't believe what I just saw! Home run!
So we're looking at the first home run hit by a Cardinal tonight,
That is correct. Can't go with the opposition for this one.
I like it.
Jaybird, fire away.
I'm going with number 16. I'm going with Nolan Gorman. I think as you succinctly pointed out, Keller loves to throw the express, and I think, we know this kid can hit a fastball, so I'm going Nolan Gorman.
You know, I think he takes heat because he hasn't been in the lineup as much as I'm sure he wanted to be, or others maybe expect him to be with a bulky back at times. He'll play tonight. He's in the lineup. He's going to bat, Third? Okay. It'll be his 199th game. 38 home runs. He's driven in 103. Not bad. Wow. I mean, he strikes out a ton.
Yep.
And he falls into times where the high fastball, he's chasing that thing, and it gets him. But I think if you would have said game number 200, you got 38 bombs and drove in 103, most people would have taken that.
Danny, think about this. When we start talking about the modern-day player, he's the guy.
Yes. He strikes out.
Strike out high, but he's dropping bombs and driving in people.
Only Cardinal since 1920 with 30 or more home runs, 100 more RBIs since before their 200th birthday since Albert did it.
Yeah.
Pretty impressive.
Yep.
Feast or famine, and more times than not this season, gentlemen, the eating has been quite good. It's been very good for Wilson Contreras in the second half as well, and Contreras is going to be my pick to go yard this evening as the catcher. Only 2 players for the Cardinals actually have been able to go yard against Keller in their respective careers. That would be Nolan Arenado. Don't love the potential there for the excessive lift, what with the back issues. Also, you have Nootbaar falling into that category. He's just making his return to the lineup. Not great numbers career for Contreras versus Keller, 3 of 12. He has fanned 7 times, but at any point, he can run into one of those heaters. The expressway, take it.
Contreras' numbers, by the way, are almost identical to what he did a year ago through 113 games.
Right.
It's incredible.
It is incredible.
I think he's 1 run batted in shy of where he was a year ago. Same walks, same strikeouts in the same games played this time last year. That's... You know, maybe you're looking for more defensively, and I think that's fair. But offensively, he's been pretty much what you thought he might be.
It's for whom you paid, as advertised.
Yeah. I think he wanted it, though, coming from the catcher's position and not the DH. All right, my guy is going to be, let's see, I'll go Paul Goldschmidt. So his hard hit rate is not where it was a year ago, but he's going to get a ton of fastballs, and I anticipate him hitting it out of the ballpark. That's my pick, Paul Goldschmidt. What else do we need to do? That's it?
Hey, Danny, let me ask you something.
Yeah.
Have you seen a player like Goldie who can absolutely yank one up into Big Mac land, but hit the ball so hard the other way? He's an anomaly a little bit, isn't he?
He is. Hard hit rate, and this is something that I look at because, you know, hard hit rate, the harder you hit the ball, the more holes you're going to find, has been really good the last 2 years. And his ability to adjust and hit the ball the other way with authority is something that what makes him a great hitter. He's got plate coverage. So when you say to me that this guy hits the ball the other way hard, I think a guy that doesn't yank, doesn't pull off a lot of pitches and stays on it and has got plate coverage.
Yeah.
And that's what he's got.
Right. And it's just amazing how hard, I don't know. Well, obviously last year's MVP, the guy's a stud.
He is a stud. This is 101 ESPN. It's 5:43 in St. Louis. We're filling in all the guys on the fast lane. And enough to go through it again. I'll do it when we come back from break. It's 101 ESPN.
The demand for qualified and skilled trade workers has never been higher. You can be assured a well-paying job with great benefits for you and your family by enrolling as an install floor layer with the Carpenters Union today. The best learning experiences come from hands-on, real-life work, career stability, earning money while you learn, and the ability to work with advanced technology, all ready and waiting for you. Apply to become an install floor layer with the Carpenters Union. Visit the careers page at carpdc.org to get started. That's carpdc.org.
Open up your 101 mobile app for your chance to win a $50 Fandango gift card. One card usable for thousands of theaters. Enjoy the gift of movies and get entered to win that free $50 Fandango gift card now, either online at 101ESPN.com. They clinched first place in their division years ago. The Fast Lane on 101 ESPN. It's time for FanDuel Fade or Follow on the Fast Lane.
Brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more.
Everyone follow us.
No fade.
Money, 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 money.
Fade or follow, that's what they call this. And I'm Dan McLaughlin, filling in for Jamie Rivers. Jay Delsing filling in for Anthony Stalter. Bradford's filling in for Marshy. So a whole set of guys, new guys that are in today for the Fast Lane. Fellas, this has been fun, by the way.
I've had a ball, Danny.
Great
Thanks
job.
for asking me, and Bradford, thank you for keeping this whole thing together.
Hey, there are no other individuals with whom I would rather dissect and get into the minutia of Mizzou, South Dakota State. Book it.
So who do we have on Fade or Follow?
We have Trevor, returning contestant, and I think he may be tasked with a little baseball here, Dan.
Okay, and you decided to go with the over-under in the game tonight. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, you've got the Pirates ace in Mitch Keller taking the hill versus Dakota Hudson and the Redbirds. The over-under number right now, that figure is at 8.5, guys. And I know over the break we had a little bit of discussion as to, well, how deeply do we want to delve into that? It's a good number, but in which direction are we leaning ultimately?
I guess we're going to go under
Let's
on this
go
one.
under.
Okay.
Trevor, you got under?
Yeah, I'm going to follow, guys.
All right, we appreciate that.
Follow at your own risk, bro.
NL strikeout leaders, Mitch Keller's 179. He's fourth most in the National League. So if he's dealing, then it could be a long night for the Cardinals. The problem for him, this is why I was kind of thinking, do I want to go over on this? But I didn't, is that his ERA is near 6 since the All-Star break. And with Dakota Hudson, I couldn't tell you what you're going to get tonight.
No.
You might get a guy that's dealing, or you might get a guy that's walking everybody, and all of a sudden you're coming up in those runs in scoring position opportunities for the Pirates. So I can see either way, but we went with the under.
I like it. Let's see what happens, man. I don't know. Typically, when I make a play like this, you should go the other way.
You've laid plenty of bets on the golf course, haven't you?
Do I have to answer that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have then. Okay. If you
what is the PGA Tour listening right now, or what?
No, I'm sure they're not. No, absolutely. I mean, it's fun. You know, some of the things it's. Well, I'm not going to go into that, but it's always interesting to see how this thing's going to play out.
I've kept you fairly employed this summer with our golf games. It's always a friendly wager.
It's a friendly wager, but that's not true. You went on that streak for about 7 days where you got straight into my wallet, and I was pissed, and I'm still not over it.
Well, it helps that I get like 14 to 15 shots against you.
We don't need to talk about that.
Sure we do.
No, we don't.
You today was not a good day for both of us, but going into the Ascension.
We were partners today, which is really sucky because we look
frustrating.
Yeah.
So frustrating because we have been playing and prepping for this day for so long. We played with a couple of buddies of ours that we thought we could get into their pockets a little bit. It didn't happen.
But you were what, 3 under par in the front? 3 under the trees on the front.
And I was all over the place.
I was 5 under the trees on the back, man. I hit it under every tree that was out there today.
But you're ready to go, though, for the Ascension. This was the first time that you've been roughly right around par all summer long because you've been playing well under par. The entire summer.
This was not under par today. I swear, I said to you about on hole like 14, I'm like, did I have a hand transplant? I can't feel my hands. I'm like, I've got catcher's mitts on my hands today. It was awful.
But what's so cool is how much you have prepared for the Ascension Charity Classic, which will be at Norwood Hills next week, beginning really on Tuesday. If you want to go out there on Monday for the pros, they can go out and play and tinker around and whatnot. But Tuesday, there's a putting challenge, which goes to charity. There's the pairings party there for the pro-ams.
Yep.
And then it all gets going really on Wednesday, Thursday, and then you guys are off and running on Friday.
I think you're going to host that pairings party, which is awesome. We have RSM for the putting challenge. This is all about charity, guys. This just raises a bunch of money for North County. The money, 100% of this money raised stays in the North County area. Danny, we talk about it all the time. That's the coolest part of the whole thing.
Do you know when you will tee off on Friday, when it officially kicks off?
I won't know that till like Tuesday afternoon. The tee times come out, so I don't know that yet.
Is there a rhyme or reason as to why certain guys are paired in events early on?
Yeah, so what they'll do is there's different categories. So if major champions go in a category and the winners go in another category, and then you have the rest of the field. And, when you have independent contractors, you don't get a steady field all the time. Maybe some guys are taking off for various reasons here and there. So you really don't know what you're going to get until the deadline. And so I don't know I have no idea who I'm going to be paired with on Friday morning. Last time I played, I got paired with Paven and Steve Pate, my two college teammates, and got to hit the first shot. Dude, I had tears in my eyes when I'm like, dear Lord, please let me hit this ball somewhere forward.
And the crowd should be pretty good. As we've talked about, the Ascension is drawing big numbers, and you're saying that on Sunday, for those who didn't hear it earlier, but the final day, you're expecting probably about 25,000 out at Norwood Hills.
Yeah, I think so. We've got that Marcone viewing deck for all of our first responders, our military folks. They get complimentary tickets, AscensionCharityClassic.com. You're going to be out there. We're going to be out there. It's going to be fun. Come by, say hi. If you're going to follow me, grab a tree, stand behind a tree. I haven't played a tournament in 2 years, man.
So I am potentially caddying for you on Wednesday and Thursday.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Oh, Tuesday and Wednesday.
Oh, you got to play 3 pro-ams.
I got 3.
Yeah.
I need a nice bottle of red wine and some Bengay for
wine and cheese for you. I'll take care of you, buddy.
Thursday night, bro. We're going to jump in the pool, and I'm just going to float for a while or something. I don't know what I'll do.
Do you feel though physically you're ready to go?
Yeah. I did. Dr. Rick Lehman and Mike Murphy, my chiropractic boy, man from Canada. It's just a great guy there. Take great care of me, and a couple injections here and there. Good to go.
So the Ascension Charity Classic will feature a St. Louis flavor with this. Obviously, you'll be there. Jay Williamson is playing in this as well.
Will be playing. Yeah.
How about some of the other storylines that fans can look forward to?
Well, Ernie Els is a great storyline. I mean, and maybe none bigger than Bernard Langer. I mean, he broke the all-time win record for a Champions Tour this year. The guys that have been playing well, you get guys like Stephen Ames, not a real household name, but it's a Canadian guy he's won 4 or 5 times. A guy named Stephen Alker, he's a Kiwi. He's from New Zealand. He's played really well. So, but what you're going to see out there, guys, whether you like golf or not, go for the party. We got Club 314. It's fantastic. There's all sorts of fun, interactive things to do out there. There's all sorts of fun stuff. You don't like golf? Forget it. You like Bud Light? We got it. Let's go, man. We're going to be fine.
Well, that's the thing, too, is that what maybe people wouldn't realize is that I was watching the because I'm a golf junkie. I just love it. And so I'm watching.
I go over to your house. Every channel's on TV. Got the golf channel.
It's got it on. And so last week, or maybe 2 weekends ago, it was up in maybe Calgary, something like that.
Yeah.
And there was one build out for it, like one pavilion area.
That's it.
And that was it. And you go to Norwood now, and it's all over the place, man.
Yeah,
it's the build out is huge.
Back 9, Danny. It's unbelievable. We've got it on 13, 14, 16, 17, and 18. It's like a regular PGA Tour event, even though it's a PGA Tour Champions, because the St. Louis corporate citizens
They stepped up again.
It. They do. They come up big time. I mean, Worldwide and Emerson and Darty Business Solutions and all of these other, I Promise, Marcone, all of these guys have come up and stepped up in big, big ways.
Steve Spratt of Ascension will be our guest this Sunday. He is the president of the Ascension Charity Classic this Sunday, 8 to 10, golf with Jay Delsing. And Jerry Haas, the head coach at Wake Forest, Belleville area native, will be our guest as well. Looking forward to visiting with those two guys. But we were talking to Steve the other day out at Norwood. There's something like 190.
It's ridiculous.
Sponsors for this.
Both of our heads just snapped. We went, what?
I couldn't believe that.
I know. He said, but there's like 190 corporate citizens here in town that are supporting this thing with their money and their presence.
And it goes to charity, which is something that we talked about earlier. Is so important, and North County needs it in a big, big way.
It really does, and they're doing some great stuff there with the youth. And it's about the youth, you guys. It's about the kids and trying to change some unfortunate situations and doing that in the best way possible. And Danny, we've talked about this. How proud? I mean, I'm so proud when we hear about the numbers that we raised last year. It was how much? Over $1 million.
Oh, it was way over $1 million. Yeah,
way over $1 million. I mean, you've had your charity golf tournament that's raised over $5 million, which you should be so proud of in this town. But Danny, how hard is it? You had to build that thing up.
20 years.
You had to build that thing up, and the term "it takes a village" is never more appropriate.
Absolutely. Hey, Jay Bird, great job filling in, coming in, talking sports. This was awesome, man.
Player to be named later. That's me. I love it.
Well, I'm going to tell the ESPN 101 brass that if we need a fill-in, call Delsing.
Yeah,
he's ready to go.
Put a bag over his head, send him in front of the microphone.
We're on YouTube. It's okay. You look great, man. Hey, all seriousness, looking forward to our show on Sunday, 8 to 10, but also unbelievable job filling in.
Thanks for having me.
Bradford, nice work, my man.
Appreciate it. The only thing that could have made today's show better, Dan, you know what that would have been? NFL news and notes. You'll get it next time.
Yeah. How many seconds we got?
We're overtime.
Oh, okay.
Of course we are.
Have a great weekend, everyone.
The smarter way to clean your floors. It's time to make the swap. Swiffer Power Mop.
Introducing the new Swiffer Power Mop, the all-in-one tool that gives you a mop and bucket clean in half the time. The solution's built right in, so no heavy bucket, and the pad has hundreds of scrubbing strips to get deep into grout. Don't mop harder, mop smarter.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
Staples has big savings on everything you need for back to school or stocking up the office. Save on all your school essentials from notebooks to markers. Save on everything you need for travel, like luggage, portable tech, and travel-sized personal items. Plus, save on signs, banners, and posters from Staples print and marketing services. And now at Staples, you can save even more with $10 off document printing when you spend $40 or more. Get everything for the office and the classroom for less at Staples. Ends 9/30. Exclusions and restrictions apply. See associate or visit staples.com/print for details.
Get ready for the NFL season with incredible offers from FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, Anthony, new customers can bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed. Plus, all customers who bet $5 will get $100 off NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV.
Jamie, now is the best time to join FanDuel. The app is easy to use, and you can bet on everything from spreads to player props and much more. So visit FanDuel.com/ FAST. Again, FanDuel.com/FAST, and kick off the NFL season with an offer you won't want to miss. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL.
21 and older, present in Illinois. First online real money wager. Only $10 first deposit required. Bonus issues non-withdrawable. Bets expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
NFL Sunday ticket offer ends 9/18/23. No refunds. Terms and embargoes apply. $100 off NFL Sunday ticket, not YouTube TV. YouTube TV base plan required to watch YouTube TV. Redemption requires a Google account and current form of payment. Commercial use excluded. Subscription renews. Cancel anytime.
I'm Chris Jakovic. I served in the United States Air Force, and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is, my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately, in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jakovic, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. Store all your guns securely. Help stop suicide. My service never stops.
Brought to you by End Family Fire and the Ad Council.
Where St. Louis gets its sports. WXOS, WXOS HD1 East St. Louis, 101 ESPN.
Welcome inside the 101 ESPN Instant Replay Show. I'm your host for tonight, Grant Francis. Let's get this Instant Replay Show started off with Cardinals Hall of Famer Matt Holliday, who joined the Fast Lane earlier today.
When you played, and we saw the first day you were here with the Cardinals, and you played under Clint Hurdle, and Hurdle was a Whitey guy, and so he was a fundamentals guy. Tony obviously was a stickler for fundamentals. What do you think has happened to winning plays in baseball?
Well, I think the overwhelming theme, I think now is primarily based on what analytics say is the most effective way to play. And they would tell you that, that hitting home runs and walking and striking people out, that, that sort of is the formula for the most, I guess, I don't know. I guess it's the most effective, most impactful plays, but I think the game is not played by computers, and there's things that go into the game where, ground ball by the 3-hole, a ground ball to the second baseman that sets up the job for the 4-hole where all he has to do is hit a fly ball and we have a run. I don't know that you can type that into a computer, or, I just don't know that that's quantifiable enough for some of the new age thinking. So I think that, individually, we talked about on that podcast about, I think high school kids in general do a lot of showcases, and they do a lot of all-star games, and they do a lot of workouts where they measure speed, and they measure throwing speed, and they measure bat speed, and they measure all these measurables. But there's something to knowing how to play the game, and there's something to instincts. There's something to playing in the backyard, playing stickball, playing just playing the game to win. And I think that we've gotten away from that a little bit to where, like I said, it's a little bit more of the home runs, but I think it's coming back, Randy. I think that there's a little bit more emphasis. I don't know what the numbers are, but I feel like there's more stolen bases this year. But I would like to see, sort of the guy willing to hit the grounder on the right side to make the next guy's job easier, instead of just saying, hey, man, we pay you to hit home runs. Just hit a home run here. I don't think that's winning baseball. I mean, I used to take a lot of pride in hitting a ground ball to the right side to get a runner over to make it, easier for the next guy.
I know it's shocking to hear a ping in the background of a Matt Holliday interview. I'm assuming that is a batting cage and you're teaching. Is that what's going on right now?
Yeah, I'm actually over at Oklahoma State I was throwing to Ethan and my nephew Brady, and actually Reed, my little guy. They're off school today, so I'm over at the field, just kind of doing what I do. I'm always, around hitting and like baseball. So I'm over here and just watching some of the new OSU players work out a little bit. And enjoying the sun. So that's, as you know, Danny, that's usually where I'm at.
Absolutely. Now, call-ups expanded today. The roster's 26 to 28, the active Major League team. I'm just curious with your son, what's going on with Baltimore? Not saying that he's going to get called up this year. I'm not saying that at all. But I'm curious about what his schedule is like now because depending, as you well know, minor leagues, A-ball, AA, AAA, your seasons end at different times of September. What's your son's schedule going forward?
Yeah, so the AA team plays through the 17th. I think they're right on the cusp of being in the playoffs with the second half. I know the AAA team is qualified for the postseason, so depending on who they call up, it's so different now, Danny, as you know, with only 2 extra spots. It doesn't really. The dynamic is just so different. I think, the Orioles initially have called up Calzer and maybe another relief pitcher. So it's not like it used to be where, you'd have, these teams in the playoffs would want to get 6 or 7 guys up there, to continue the push. Now you only get 2. Usually when the season ends, they carry, some extras to have around and to kind of experience it. So my guess is that, outside of an injury to an infielder, he'll probably finish the season out in AA. And I don't know. I don't know what they'll do, come the 18th if having him around and bringing him up and letting him sort of be part of the team but not active would be beneficial. I would, if I was running a team, I would want my future prospects, the guys that I'm counting on moving forward. I would want them around the environment. I would want them around the guys, and the comfort level of rolling into next year, I think, would be much higher. So I don't know what their plan is, but I do know that they've done a great job of developing young players. I think currently they have the best record in the American League, which is pretty awesome considering, their payrolls, I think, somewhere in the 60s. So they've done an incredible job of developing and drafting players, and it'll be interesting to see. They don't have a ton of postseason experience, but that not always does that matter.
Hey, Matt, it's Delsing here, and truly the player to be named later here, but it's an honor to get to talk to you. You got these 2 young studs, and I want to know how your spin rate is with your arm because we're talking about analytics and everything, and how's that arm holding up these days? Yeah, it's pretty good. I think I've got pretty good spin. I can throw out the fastball with a little bit of hop on it, but we've got machines for everything nowadays. So we have these high spin machines, and we have these soft balls that create incredible spin. You can literally watch them rise. So we have plenty of tools to recreate anything they might see. But my arm's good. I do throw a lot of batting practice, but I love it. I mean, I tell the boys all the time, I'll throw it till my arm falls off as long as it's your idea. So it's a lot of fun.
That's great. Matt, 2 of the franchises you played with are in uncharted territory. Biggest surprise for Matt Holliday, the Yankees having a losing season for the first time since '92, or the Cardinals having a losing season for the first time since '07?
Yeah, I mean, I would probably say the Cardinals just because I was much more intimate knowledge of the roster and the expectation level but I guess it's probably pretty similar. I mean, the Yankees on paper with their payroll and everything that they the expectations they had coming into the season. You look at the Padres, you look at the Mets. It's been a pretty surprising season when you look at rosters and teams that somehow have found themselves, out of contention with all the spots that are available. Here we are September 1st with a month of baseball left. And, 4 of the top rosters that you would say maybe coming into the season are all, have all traded off parts and are all sort of looking towards next year. It's big, big time surprise. But, I think that, obviously there has to be moves made, but I think the Cardinals and Yankees will both bounce back next year. And I think they are organizations that are proud and ownership that are on both sides that are willing to do whatever it takes to not stay where they're at. So it'll be interesting off season to see, how they, address some of the issues and how they, plan to get back into whether they're comfortable, which is right in the middle of the playoff race next year.
Arenado is 4 home runs and 13 runs batted in away from another season of 30 and 100. It would be his 8th consecutive season of those numbers, which is incredible consistency. When the team is out of it like this, but you never say, well, I'm playing for numbers. Let's be honest here. How important is it to play for some numbers like that to get to a milestone like that for Nolan?
Sure, yeah, no, most definitely. I mean, I think that at this point you're playing for self-pride. You're playing to set a great example for young players. You still come to the park. You're pro. If you don't come fully mentally and physically engaged, you'll get embarrassed. I mean, it's the greatest players in the world, and if you're not ready to play every night, even though your team may be out of it, and you don't have that juice to get to the postseason, you better bring your self-pride and your self-preparation, because you'll get embarrassed. And I think that's something I learned as obviously getting a chance to play for a long time, and was really proud of in years where it's particularly early in my career in Colorado. I learned when you're out of it, but there's still a lot to play for. And you talk about 8 seasons of 30 homers and 100 RBIs, and the last, I guess, 3 or 4 have been in St. Louis, and in a pitcher's park. It's incredible. And so he's one of the hardest working, as you know, being around him, hardest working, dedicated, intense, takes a lot of pride in what he does every day, players that I've ever been around. So I think those are probably almost a shoe-in to happen outside of an injury.
Matt, playing as long as you did, I mean, the game just exposes you how difficult it is over the length of a season, 162. And when you're having a year like the Cardinals are having, how do you, especially for some of these young players that have, maybe it's their first or second year in the big leagues, they've never experienced stuff like this, and this ball is just kind of rolled out of control downhill. I mean, do you feel like the younger guys are looking to Nolan and to Goldie for examples, and because they may have never been in a situation like this, but if you play long enough, the game, the game wins sometimes.
Yeah, I for sure, and I think that's where veteran leadership, really needs to step in, and I'm sure it is. But just the idea that this isn't acceptable, this isn't, this isn't okay, this isn't who we are, this isn't who this organization is. Don't get used to this. This is how we work. This is how we train. Watching Goldie and watching Nolan and watching Adam. I mean, I watched Adam, and it's not going great. Obviously, everyone knows it hasn't been the season that Adam had hoped for coming into his last season. But I watched him. I was in town on Monday, and he was pitching. And I watched his preparation. I watched him walk to the bullpen. I watched him do his whole thing. And, this is a guy that, is at the tail end of an amazing career, and he would treat it like it was Game 7 of the World Series. And I think that example of watching a guy, like I said, that just is, he could mail it in, and he could be laughing and having a good time, and hey, whatever happens, and I've had a great career, and we're out of it. He was so locked in that I didn't want to mess with his routine, because I've seen that routine every 5 days, for my 8 years there, and ever since I left. It's the same thing. He does everything the same, and his intensity. And those are the kind of examples that these young guys need to watch and pay attention to, that have served him so well, and the greatness that he's been over his career, and Nolan and Goldie as well. But this is the kind of leadership, this is the kind of example that we want you to follow, because we don't expect to be down long.
Cardinal Hall of Famer Matt Holliday with us on the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN. Matt is down in Stillwater. You can hear the ping of the bats in the background. So, Matt, since you're down there, boots on the ground, Mike Gundy just turned 56. Is his hair as magnificent in person as it is on TV?
It really is. It's so impressive. I'm so jealous. It is nice hair. And then for a while he had the gray beard going, which, he had it cut perfectly. And, I just thought, man, your hair, like, you don't look, 56. You still look like, but he was one of those guys that when he was 40, he looked like he was 25. And so, Craig Counsell, he's got that kind of, gene where, they've always looked younger than they actually are. So his hair is magnificent. His son Gage was between Jackson and Ethan, so I got a chance to watch a lot of baseball games with him, and he loves baseball. And I had to pull him down off of a fence this past year in a regional game. We were insanely wronged by an umpire on a play that would advance us to the state tournament. We ended up winning and going to the state tournament anyways, but it was a really, really horrible call. And I thought, I'm going to have to keep that. He climbed the fence and didn't know what to do. It's like he was ready to jump over it. And then I think he realized that there's nowhere to go, that anything good's going to happen. So he's awesome. He's somebody that I've gotten to be pretty good friends with. And yes, his hair is incredible.
Yeah. And by the way,
he's a man.
Well, that's the thing. He was 40. So he had to say, I'm a man. I'm 40.
40. Yeah.
Well, yeah, he's 56 years of a man now. So,
Does he still get in trouble for that down there? I mean, people still give him, a little trouble about it.
I mean, I'm sure. He's pretty funny, so I don't think that bothers him.
I wouldn't think so.
No, he's over
If
it.
you've seen any of his press conferences, it's always very colorful, and he'll do. He's not afraid to do a one-arm push-up, and he's got all this. He keeps it pretty light, so I don't think that bothers him.
All right, one more thing. Labor Day weekend, Matt Holliday's barbecuing. You get one meat to barbecue on Monday on Labor Day. What are you choosing?
Probably bison fillet. I like bison fillets. They're hard to come by, but Whole Foods usually has nice bison fillet that I love to cook and feel like I do a fairly good job at.
Once again, Matt Holliday earlier today on the Fast Lane. We'll take a break, and when we come back, we'll stick with the Cardinals talk as Chip Carey, the voice of the Cardinals on Bally Sports Midwest. He joined the opening drive this morning, and he's next on the 101 ESPN Instant Replay Show.
Catch the Balloon Party with Tim McKernan and Action Jackson. Weekdays on 101 ESPN from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. for the fastest hour in sports radio.
Driven by Munganast Acura.
To have a roof over your head, a nice roof over your head, is very important.
That's Rick talking about his experience with Rhino Shield ceramic coating.
We got Rhino Shield 18 years ago, and they're very cooperative on getting us the right paint. They were in and out and done in no time. Once it was finished, looked great. We were very happy with it.
The main reason Rick called Rhino Shield is because it's backed by a 25-year transferable warranty.
We've watched a lot of people get their house painted 3 or 4 times, and we haven't had to do any of it. I don't know about you guys, but I don't want to have to paint it every 5-7 years.
Take a tip from Rick and put down the paintbrush and call Rhino Shield for your free evaluation. 877-25-RHINO. 877-25-RHINO. Or visit 877-25rhino.com.
We got Rhino Shield 18 years ago. Financially makes sense, especially if it's going to last like this did. It still looks great.
Call now. 877-25-RHINO or 877-25rhino.com.
Don't hate, don't Rhino, go Rhino Shield. Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Boss.
Is this a clean line?
Yeah, boss.
What do you know?
I was at Joey Smoke's place. You know, getting provisions.
Aiello Cigar Bar. Did you get my Cohibas, my Arturo Fuentes, and my Monte Cristos too?
Yeah, boss.
Then what do you want?
Big Rocco was here running his jab about last night's bocce ball match.
It was a wash, Polly. A wash.
I know, boss.
Tell him I want a rematch. Take him over to the full-service bar and make him an offer he can't refuse.
Okay, boss.
We'll have them buy their Paulinos in no time, Polly.
You got it, boss.
And Polly, tell Joey Smokes to have my Victory cigars ready.
Visit Aiello Cigar Bar in Cottleville today and enjoy the fully stocked lounge or patio. Try over 300 facings, including Padron, Rocky Patel, Ashton, and the house brand Aiello Cigar. On Sundays, buy 5 cigars and get 1 free. Check out the all-season bocce ball courts. Joey Smokes has the best place in St. Charles to buy and smoke cigars. Aiello Cigar Bar in Cottleville.
How was your drive to school?
Let me tell you, I had to get my iced coffee first. I just can't seem to put it down. My favorite rapper just announced a tour. My phone was buzzing like crazy. I'm so excited. I had to text all my friends right then to talk about it. Then someone started calling me and...
Let's try that again.
I turned my phone off right away. I never drive distracted.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
101 ESPN has your chance to win free tickets to Jason Aldean. Bringing his Highway Desperado 2023 tour to Hollywood Casino Amphitheater. Friday night, September 15th.